know the secret to a high energy lifestyle to effortlessly attract abundance in your life. Welcome to this very special video masterclass mentorship session, hard session, or whatever we like to call this. My intention with this episode here today is to truly and deeply impact that will like. Ooh, we're always testing, so I'm glad that it is working. But oh yeah, testing on the other platforms too. That's actually a nice quick tip that I want to give you. Always, whenever you want to do a live stream, a mentorship class, a master class, or anything of the sort, make sure to test it so that everything is working well. But I'm glad that it is working well. But like I was saying, the intention of this session here is really to deeply make a change to in your life and allow you guys to see how you too have the choice, the possibility, the power to tap into that high energy lifestyle. And it is actually way simpler than you may think. And it is going to make sure that you're going to walk away from this particular masterclass session, or again, whatever you like to call it, a changed man or a changed woman. And for that, I just want to start off by saying a deep appreciation for you watching this live or watching this on the replay, because it is a true honor for me and our entire FLC team to be able to be a part of your life, even in an as simple form as this, which is a live stream on YouTube, which again, it warms my heart that we get to do this together. So before I'm gonna reveal the many parts of this 3 hour masterclass taking place here right now on YouTube, I want to acknowledge everybody that is here. And I want to also ask everybody that is over here to comment below, where are you tuning in from? And let me know if you are excited. So let me know in the comments. And we always like to make our trainings like this interactive. Even if you're watching this on the replay, please feel very free to comment below. Let us know where you have watched this video from. And truly, I really want to recommend everybody that is here right now watching this live or replay to take a moment to focus. Make sure you have some fresh paper, because we're going to go through a lot of stuff today. Make sure you have some water, a beverage, maybe a multicolored pen. There's a lot of concepts that I'm going to share with you. And I want to give you a heads up that many of these concepts that I will be talking about, you probably have heard before. You probably already know at some level, but perhaps you're not actively applying it yet. And that is the whole thing. Because if you look at the most successful people out there and you can picture who is that successful person for you, a person that you look up to, it could be a successful person in any different area. It could be a successful entrepreneur, it could be a successful artist, a successful parent, whatever that person is for you. What you will probably realize is that that person is not prone to challenges. That person has a lot of challenges too, just like you. And that person is not a superman or a superwoman. That person is human, just like you too. But there's just a difference oftentimes in the way how people that are living this high energy lifestyle, which allow success after success and effortlessness, joy and abundance to flow in with much more ease than the average person. The only difference is just the decision that they're making in every moment, the decision of how they are viewing a particular situation, an opportunity, how they're viewing themselves, how they're viewing other people. So, if anything, today is going to be very simple. And that is what excites me so much, because I know that because of the simplicity of what we're going to cover today, you guys will directly be able to implement any and all of the steps that I'm going to cover. And there will be many in your life today. And I really want to ask you, for everybody that is here watching this video, at whichever moment in time you're watching this video, come back to this video after 7 days. And for 7 days, when you're implementing these things, come back to the comments and let us know what this has brought to you already in terms of a change of the way how you see the world, the way how the world is interacting with you, the speed of results that you're getting, the effortlessness that perhaps you are already starting to enjoy. And I kid you not, if you have an open mind, and let me know in the comments if you do, and if you are serious about your life and the lives of your loved ones and the people that you are very, very happy to go and bless, then I really want you to take full focus for this 3 hours. Turn off your social media, turn off, whatever other things are out there. Just be here together and allow this to be that moment where in just 3 hours, you can jump forward 10 years and have that impact really ripple from you in more ways than you can possibly imagine today. So if you guys are excited for that, comment below and say, I'm going to stay until the end. I'm going to watch the entire video. I'm going to focus, or anything else that expresses something like that. And I'm going to give a few shout outs. We have in the house, tum, 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 tum. I'm going to overlay this very quickly. We have lots of stuff. Oh, do we see all the things? Oh, we don't see all the comments because there's many comments. So I'm going to stop the overlay and just give people shout outs. So we have Vladimir in the house. Hello. We got Shishmita in the house. We got Josie in the house. We got Mian in the house. We got Shwarup in the house. Nice. We got Light Workers Unite. That is Kern. Welcome. We got Tony in the house. We got Candy in the house. We got Paolo in the house. We got Vladimir in the house. Is Vlad and Vladimir the same? I'm not quite sure. But any case, thank you guys for commenting. And we have a whole bunch more people in the house that perhaps haven't commented yet. And I just want to invite you to interact if you feel inspired to do that. Now, let's dive in. Today, I'm going to cover 4 main topics. Basically, in this masterclass, there are 4 areas that we're going to dive into, and every one is different. And every one of those topics that we're going to go and really be able to make that shift, or the flip switch thingy that we're going to talk about later. Like you're going to flip a switch in yourself to kind of turn on that incredibly super power that you already have inside because of those things. But some of the topics are also going to be really practical. And for me to explain to you why there are so many facets to this particular training, I think you guys need to understand why I'm making this training. So there's actually 2 reasons. One reason is this video, this training is dedicated to all FLC students. And I want to say from the bottom of my heart, I love you all so very much. It is such an honor for us to work together with incredible, beautiful, selfless entrepreneurs from all around the world, some of them starting, some of them already running super duper operations and looking to grow even more. But it's a real pleasure to be in this journey with you guys for life. So I want to say a big shout out everybody that's part of FLC. Comment hashtag FLC family for life in the chat box, because it's just really important for me to acknowledge you guys. And in devising the content, and they're literally on a piece of paper and some papers all around, I was really thinking about you guys and how can we ensure that basically everything that I really have on my mind and heart right now, because of the conversations that I've had with you guys, to put it all in, all of that stuff, so that you guys are gonna fly with it and truly take in all of the DCA, the LGA, the launch your business, the whatever we do, to take that to another level of operation. So you guys are the biggest reason for me why I wanted to do this. And the second biggest reason is our community is growing. And I really want to send a lot of love to everybody that's part of the YouTube channel, our Freedom Lifestyle Movement, people that are watching the podcast with Josie and myself and other FLC members. I really want to also really take a moment to appreciate you guys, because we received the most beautiful, heartfelt comments, and to really see how many individuals are there that are working so hard and are really trying their absolute best to make their lives beautiful and to be responsible and look after their families and create something that perhaps is a path less walked, and you're doing something to grow your business, and there's people around you that perhaps don't do that and don't understand that, and you're walking this lonely path, and you're trying so many different things, and you're really hungry for making it happen. And so for everybody that is in that category, I just want to say thank you so much for being part of the YouTube channel. Thank you for being a part of our Freedom Lifestyle Movement. And my intention with this video for you guys is that you realize, number one, that you got this. There is nothing that you cannot do. You are limitless. And number two, that you also, just like our FLC family members that are all here right now, and some of them will be watching the well, not all here actually, that are many of them here, but a lot of them will be watching the replay. That you too have a community, that you too have a family. And that is why this early on in this masterclass, I want to give away a gift. And this gift is for anyone, everyone to be able to have the mentorship, the understanding, the support, the encouragement, the strategies, anything and everything that you may need to elevate your life, to start your business, to grow your existing business, to find the confidence, to find this whole concept that we will be talking about today, about this high energy lifestyle, to be able to incorporate it with the support of incredible human beings from all around the world. And so, what I'm going to do, and you guys can actually already see it, there's a pinned comment in this YouTube video. Also, if you're watching this YouTube video later, I will add a comment in the comments, which gives that gift, but I'll also show it over here so that throughout this entire episode, you are able to join us at Project 1 Million in 1 year, completely free of charge. And some of you may not know exactly what this is yet, but in a nutshell, this event helps anyone, no matter where you are, what your background is, where you come from, your level of expertise or whatnot. It really doesn't matter who you are, what you've done, and how old you are or how young you are. Everyone will be able to come to this event for 6 days online on Zoom, around 2 to 3 hours per day, and truly learn and walk away with a full on roadmap for you to be able to create your first or your next million in 1 year time. And so, if you haven't already, you're not part of this yet, and you want to grab this gift throughout this entire session, you will have that available to you. This is completely free of charge. Sometimes people ask us, like, why are we doing this? We're doing this because we want to make the world a better place and we want to help people. We want to work with incredible people. And ultimately, if you do that, and if you see the ripple effect of it, anyone will want to do it. Because as just one team, the Freedom Lifestyle Creators team, do you guys see it? Yeah, FLC. We can only change so much. But if we help incredible people like yourselves, and you get to do amazing things in your area, then that ripple effect allows us together to make this world a better place. And ultimately, that's what FLC stands for. That's what we want to do. So I highly invite everybody to grab this gift. It's going to be available throughout this entire training. Again, it is also in the comments, but just for the sake of it, I'm going to put the comment in once more. It allows me. Oh, it doesn't allow me. Okay, so that it's already in the pinned comments in the comments. Yeah. So, and then lastly, before we dive in, if you have grabbed your ticket and you're coming to Project 1 Million, whether you've grabbed it just now or whether you've grabbed it already many moons ago, then do let us know that you're coming by commenting below Project 1 Million, because I love to acknowledge you and I'd love to see who is joining us for a life changing mentorship endeavor that we're going to do together. So, without any further ado, I have a question for you. We're going to start by the first part. And oh, yeah, I've almost forgot. In the 4 parts that I will cover today, I was literally also thinking whenever we run a Project 1 Million in 1 year, and we have been running events for the last 9 years. Also, for those of you that don't know who I am, which could be the case, my name is Tjibaria, and I am a TEDx speaker. I'm a, what else am I? I'm an international speaker as well. I am an author of many books. I have built 2 multi-million-dollar businesses. You can see a Tucoma Club Award here, Tucoma Club Award there. But most of all, and this is what I'm most proud of, I am an empowerer. And I love to empower people. I love to empower you. And because of that, and because of the way how we've been running events all around the world over the last 9 years, and especially all of that has led to this being the most incredible event ever, if I may say so, in that we've always seen that people completely transform their lives. But at the same time, during this event, I share so many mentorship tips that oftentimes when I'm sharing them and I'm very excited to get people to implement them, there are sometimes things that people don't necessarily know. When it's like practical things, things about Instagram, things about how do you stand out using video, things about impact. So, again, another reason why in this specific crazy masterclass, I really wanted to make sure that everyone who's here actually has the full practical understanding of any of the things that we will cover here as well as today, that will put you in a position to directly implement. So for those of you here watching this right now or watching the replay, we're also going to cover very practical, simple steps that puts you in a position that, in my opinion, is one of the top pillars in living a high energy lifestyle. And that is impacting others. I want everybody to write this down. Impacting another human being is one of the quickest, most purposeful, most beautiful, most pure ways of uplifting your own energy. And to that effect, I want to give you an analogy. Imagine you have two candles, one is lit and one isn't lit. When you have that one candle that is not lit, you can light another one, and then that's lit, and this one doesn't lose any light. And the interesting thing is that when you light someone else's candle, it actually enlightens you more too. And that is going to be basically the core of what we're talking about today, besides from all practical things, principles, actions, step by steps that would put everyone watching this all the way till the end in a position to live a high energy lifestyle and allow yourself to effortlessly attract abundance in all areas of life. So if you're ready for this, comment below and say, let's go. And yes, I see people already commenting below. Thank you so much, Tony. This is so super sweet. He says, if you haven't done it, do it. I'm telling you, you won't regret it. Yay. Thank you so much. If you know, you know, and our students know. And also, that's why I love that our students are constantly coming back, because they're learning things on another level as well. But here we go. Principle number one. And whenever I say principle, like, you guys are going to probably write a lot of stuff. In one principle, there's a whole bunch of more principles. So it's going to go really deep. I hope I have enough paper, or I have extra paper over there. But the first thing, and this is a very important thing, directly connected to the first lesson that everybody will learn in Project 1 Million in 1 year, and it's called the positive decision principle. Now, let me quickly check that it is all legible. All right, so this is number one. This is like a whole selection of different principles in one principle. And so the positive decision principle, it basically, in my point of view, means that any one of us in any given moment has the possibility and the power to make a positive decision. And that could be a decision about a thought that we have, a decision about the words that we speak, a decision about how we feel about the world or the things that are happening around us, the actions that we take. But in any given moment, we have the power to make a positive decision. And the key is that if you allow yourself to make more positive decisions in any given day than negative ones, it's going to allow for a way more positive experience. Well, you might be thinking, that's nothing new, duh. Yeah, very true. But let's start with the awareness, because I don't know about you guys, but every now and again, I have a character building day. Who's with me on that one? And to be honest, it's quite ironic, but today I'm experiencing one of those days. And for the last 5, 6 hours, I've been feeling a little down. And I was like, so much is happening. And just for those of you that know, students will know, not everybody will know, but today I was suspended from Facebook. There is an imposter sending messages to people, pretending to be me, a fake account. And then I wanted to, warn the students and say, hey, there's a fake account in here. Make sure not to interact and stuff. And then I got banned. And there actually is a possibility of me never getting my account back. Fingers crossed, that's not going to happen. But that's challenging. And then besides that, there's a lot of other things that are happening that are all to do with when you are growing and you are, impacting more and more people. There's also more other stuff that are happening. And so today I was actually, interestingly enough, on the day that I'm running a high energy lifestyle masterclass, I wasn't really feeling it. So I had two choices. Number one, I was going to let that consume me and then not be able to show up for you guys, or I was going to apply the positive decision principle, which then allows you to turn things around. Now, sometimes it's not as easy as we may think. And that's why I want you guys to know is that there's a few things that everyone here will experience. And I'll start with the first one. It is the goal. And I actually want to ask you guys, everybody watching this, again, live or on the replay, I'm sure if you're here for this masterclass, you are a person that has a goal. And I want to ask you, what is that goal? Let me know in the chat box, comment it below so we can go and empower one another and support one another. Say, yes, you got this. Or if you're not comfortable doing that just yet, you can write the goal down on your piece of paper and be specific in it as well. I know for a lot of people on here, the goal is to create an empire, a positive, beautiful empire, freedom lifestyle empire, where you're helping a lot of people, you're making great money, and you're making an impact. And it's impacting yourself, your loved ones, and the people that you get to meet on a day to day basis. That could be the goal. Maybe some other people that are on here have a goal to say, I want to actually be in a position where I can travel the world, where I can have great experiences coming in. Some of you may have a goal to be able to find the love of your life. And you've been looking, you've been in maybe toxic relationships, things like that. And you're like, I really have that goal, but it's a bit difficult at the moment. Maybe some of you have a principle. I started calling principle. Thank you for commenting. I might want to have the goal of becoming more fit. So whatever that goal is, I want everybody to write that down for yourself, because it's going to be that consistent back and forth, like playing tennis between what is actually really important for you and what is standing between you and the goal. So if we're going to basically write that down, imagine that this is you. Da-da-da-da. And for those of you that have come to Project 1 Million before, you know that I'm very good at drawing. So this is you. And then here is that beautiful goal that you have. And there is something in between it. There is something over here. Let's draw it as a little bit of a scary monster. Well, this is a very friendly, scary monster. I think I'm just having some positive, how do you say, positive subconscious that makes me draw it, the scary thing like this. So it's not actually that scary, but there's something in between you and what you really want. And here's another thing, besides knowing the goal, I also want everybody to write down for yourself is how long, so the time that you have had that goal. And some of you may have seen the podcast that I did yesterday with Paulo. And credit to you, big hoo ha hoo, for that powerful interview, where we were actually talking also about, like, if you've had this dream, we're all born with a dream. We all have a purpose. We all have something that we are created for, as fluffy as it may sound to some people. But if that is there, then over time, maybe we forget about it. Over time, maybe we let things get in the way of that. And if we really love ourselves and respect ourselves, we should know that this goal is not just a coincidental thing that is coming into our life. It's actually something that perhaps is, let's just say, sent to us from above. Like God, if you believe in in the Almighty, has given all of us a dream, a goal, a something that we can live for. I always say during Project 1 Million in 1 year as well, that if we just look at the mere fact that we are in this earth, that we were born, that's not a coincidence. We are born for a reason. We are born because there is something that we are meant to do. And so because of that, that goal for many people, that dream for many people, has been with them for quite some time. And then the question then is that if it keeps coming, and maybe you experience that, you have had this goal of building your own business and quitting your job for quite some time. sometimes what people are experiencing is that there are waves of the goal meaning something in your life. At a certain point, you're like, yes, I'm going to do it. Then you try a little bit and something pulls you back, this monster. And then you forget about the goal for a little bit. And then it comes back, and then it comes back, and it comes back. And there are multiple moments most of the time, especially if it's like a big purposeful goal, that you probably have that come back to you. And understanding and having the awareness of the time that it has been with you is an important indication as well for the gravity of that goal. Now, if this is now sounding a little bit out there, stay with me. But I want you to write that down for yourself. How long has this goal that right now you're using this masterclass to be able to come in the energy to actually make it real? How long has that been with you? And I know that there's always a few people that are coming here and they have a new goal. Doesn't mean I do not want to discourage, say, hey, if this hasn't been with you for a long time, then it's not meaningful. No, it could be super meaningful. Yeah. So it could be a new dream that has just popped up for you. Or my sister, she was making a beautiful post the other day. If you're not following her yet, her name is Miss Kaina. Yeah, I was just thinking my sister's name, Miss Kaina, everywhere. And she said something about as kids, we always used to sing and perform, and we had family gatherings, and we're just like la 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 and singing and whatever. And her, as well as myself, we always had a dream to become a star and to sing and to entertain. And um, somewhere down the line, that dream she expressed in her beautiful post that was so heartfelt, um, that she forgot about the dream, or she allowed the dream to kind of be swept under the rug because of the fear and the self imposed thoughts of whether or not she could do it. And very similarly, actually, with me as well. Like, I love singing, I love dancing. Maybe I should do it more. And then so that thing has been there with me and with her and perhaps with you for quite some time. And then you forget about it. You go through your adult life, you do your doings, and then maybe later the dream comes back. So there's a lot of different ways of how this can play a part in your life. And the goal could also be a set of goals. So it could be that you're saying, hey, I want to optimize for the good life that we always share with our students, because it's not just about making the millions. Like, if you have a lot of millions but nothing else in life, it's not a good life. Like, you can be the richest guy or girl, but if you have no one to share it with, if your health is not there, if you're not feeling like that inner spiritual peace, then what are you going to do with your money? Just, count it all day long? It's not going to do anything. And as a matter of fact, when we die, we come to pass, we're not going to take our millions with us. We do take with us what is here, what is in our heart, what is in our spirit, in our soul. And so, in this whole thing that we're going to talk about, that is also the entity that I want to speak to. I don't just want to speak to you as the vessel, just. I want to speak to you as what is inside the vessel. Because what is really important, we're going to go deeper into that in a moment, is that you are more powerful than you realize. I am more powerful than I realize. And it is in that energy, in us remembering what we actually are. We're not just a body, we're something so much stronger, so much more. In my opinion, we are a part of God, and we have the godly creation powers within us. But we are in a physical realm which somehow doesn't allow us to fully comprehend those powers, even from a scientific point of view. You know that when people study the brain, they only understand a fraction of it. And if we were to unlock like just 1% more of our capabilities with our brain, we would be super people. And that's why I love the movie Lucy so much. If you've never watched Lucy, watch it. We're only making use of such a small fraction of what is in here, and that's just the physical, let alone the spirit and what we are able and capable of doing with our energy. And so, knowing that, and also knowing this, and again, I'm just going to throw some stuff at you before we go carry on, just to allow you to start seeing things in perhaps a little different way already and recognize your own power. You and I are one, believe it or not. You, me, any other person watching this live stream, any other person watching the replay, we're all one. And that may sound a little bit woo woo for some of you that are more logical minded, So hang in there with me. I'm not only going to speak in these terms, I'm also going to speak in practical terms. But if you think about it, if you have the ocean and you grab a bottle and you fill it with water, and then you have a cup and you fill it with water, like they're in different vessels, but it's still all water, all connected to the same source, all having the same origin. And knowing that and truly being aware of that, at some point, hopefully, or already before you came here, but this is just reaffirming it, you will realize that therefore our energy is our most powerful tool that we can use. And better yet than use, because I don't really like the connotation that use perhaps has, the energy is the most powerful tool that we can be and tap into. And because of the mere fact that you and I are one, me playing the instrument of my energy can vibe all the way through this camera, all the way to wherever you are, with the sound waves, with the image waves, or the light waves, and every other wave that is there, and it can impact you. And that's not just my capability; it's your capability equally as much. And when you start thinking about things in that way, which again, we're going to go in and out and talk about these principles side by side, practical stuff, spiritual stuff, you actually going to realize that it all sounds very silly to think what kind of limiting beliefs we have and how we sometimes think that we're not good enough and we're not capable of doing this, or what if this, what if that. Do you know that you are a very special, powerful being, more than just a body? And so I want you to just write that down. Keep that in the back of your mind as I'm going to carry on with the rest of the things. It's a really, 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 really important thing to grasp and to carry on grasping. But then also, whatever that is in our way, the monster, this is actually us. This is within us. And we can choose how this will or will not be there in our lives. So imagine this. Imagine that you're playing a game and you're playing a character, not Sonic the Hedgehog, but you're playing Shwarup, the supersonic warrior, or we're playing Tony, the absolute life-changing legend. You're playing that game. And you can choose what is your companion that travels with you. Now, you have that choice. You can choose your travel companion. Simple question I have for you is, would you choose a travel companion that is going to sabotage you, that is going to be in your way, that's going to whisper lies in your ears, and is going to be like, I'm not so sure about this, not so sure about that, better to do this, like that sort of stuff? Or would you like to have a travel companion with you? I'm just going to draw it over here, that is actually going to support you, empower you, enrich you, is going to encourage you. It's going to be like, yes, let's go. Keep going. This is going to be awesome. You got this. Which companion would you choose? A negative one? Or would you choose a positive one? Now, let me know in the comments, because I think that choice is easily made. I think all of us would be in absolute weird minds if we were like, I want to have a negative travel companion. I like to add more challenge in my life. I think most of us will be like, yeah, I want to choose this one, the positive one. It's going to make my life more effortless, more enjoyable, more positive, more energetic, all of the above. But the truth of the matter is that that is not a choice. Or is it? What I'm trying to say to you guys is that both are traveling with us. Both are with us at all times. And if you look at different books, and I don't know if this is related or not, but in my mind it's related. If you look at, let's say, the religious books, how many of those textures describe that there are two angels on each shoulder? There's a positive one, there's a negative one, and they're both whispering things in our ears. If you look at Native American tales, they talk about the principle of the two wolves, the good wolf and the bad wolf, both present in us. And what I love about that tale is that they say, which one wins? The one that you feed. So I want you guys to write that down. Which one wins? The one that you feed. And that's how it brings you to, again, the decision, the choice, the power. You got the power. And you got the power to basically allow the most positive companion, the positive wolf, to be the one that is more prominently present. Now, that does not mean that this one will not have a present in your life. It will. We have challenges, we have doubts. Can I tell you guys a secret? It has been a really, really long time that I was this nervous for a live stream. I kid you not, just before this live stream, I was trying to do breathing exercises. I was listening to my favorite music. I was going outside. I was doing all things. I was drinking water. I was drinking tea. I was drinking coffee. I was putting ointment on me so that I just like relax a little bit because I had a character building day. There is challenge and it is necessary. So you cannot say, oh, I'm going to choose this one. I'm going to choose this one. And they're both present, but you are in control of which one you feed more consistently, such that the positive one can be more prominently present. Does that make sense to everybody so far? It's not a difficult thing. None of the stuff that I'm talking about today is rocket science. It's all very simple concepts, but it is what we do with those things. That's why at Project 1 Million, we always say it's not about what you know, it's about the results that show. Which then brings me to the next question, which again is very important. If you feel comfortable, put it into the chat box. If you're not comfortable doing that, then write it down for yourself. And the question that I have is, what are the things that you notice is your Achilles heel? Now, for those of you who do not know what an Achilles heel is, there is this Greek mythology or stories, and there's this warrior Achilles, and he was super strong. He was maybe having some godly powers. I can't remember the tale fully, but there was one part of his body that was his weakness, because as a kid or as a certain, I don't know when that happened, that particular thing, but I think as he was a kid, someone, a mythological superstar, grabbed the kid by the Achilles over here and dipped him into powerful substance or something. And then they took him out. So he became the ultimate warrior. But because the fingers were holding him in his heel, that became his weakness. And at some point, and I don't know exactly where this happened, someone shot him with an arrow in his Achilles heel. And I think he had some trouble. I can't remember the exact tale. So that's where the Achilles heel comes from, that there is something, a weakness that perhaps we have, or something that is in our, let's just say, allergy zone. It could be also that you're experiencing this in your relationships, maybe with a spouse, maybe with parents, maybe with siblings, maybe with children, that if you have gone through life together and you've been in certain situations, there are certain parts that just get you agitated. If that topic comes up, you just feel like, what do I do? And that's your Achilles heel. But you also have it, and I also have it with myself, with yourself. So I want you to think about it for a second. What is that thing for you? The thing that actually you can identify with, this wolf, this blob, this scary thing, ultimately you, that stops you? Is it overthinking? Is it self doubt? Is it a lack of self respect? Is it feeling like you're not worthy? Is it pride? Is it the inability to be patient? Is it, wow, I'm freezing. Look at that. There we go. I think I'm back. Can you guys still see me? Can you guys see me? Now you see me? Now you don't. There we go. Always be solution focused. Bonus tip for you guys. What is it for you? And I'm saying this for you to actually just simply reflect in the last few days. What in the last few days has been that thing that keeps stopping you? Maybe it's guilt. Maybe if you feel guilty about something that you did or did not do in the past, and therefore because of that guilt you're not feeling worthy of actually reaching this goal. So I see a bit of self-doubt. Thank you for sharing, really appreciate that. What else? And if you then write that down, I want you guys to just have that list for yourself. Most of the time, for all of us, it's more points than not. More points than one. I mean, and it all starts with the awareness. And what, especially the positive decision principle, will allow you to now do is once you have those list of points, self doubt, or thank you for expressing the Achilles story. Yeah, perfect. Or whether that is, not feeling worthy, or whatever else is there. Impatience could be a really big one, or whatever that is. You write them down, and then what you want to then figure out is that serving you or not? Because even though it had been your travel companion for a long time, doesn't mean that it's the right travel companion. Even though the self doubt has been with you for some time, doesn't mean that it is actually deserving to be there. And that's what we're going to unpack now. So, does all of what I've said so far make sense? If it does, drop a yes into the chat box. And let's unpack this further. And so, all of these things is all work in progress. Nobody's the perfect person. I come very close, just saying, but not jokes. But all of us are going through this. And one of the principles that we're going to go into as well is a very powerful thing that Pierre, one of the leaders in FLC, and myself had once described in our Advanced Abundance Accelerator course. And this principle is basically the flip switch principle. And this one is basically, thank you for the yeses, appreciate you guys, is basically your ability to just flip the switch. Like I can walk to this light and I can flip the switch. I can flip it again. Well, this is a more modern switch, so you don't actually flip it, but you get the point, right? I can flip it. Woo, there was light. And again, we can do that with ourselves too. If I'm in a mood, I can flip it to something positive. And the faster that you do this, I want everybody to write this down. We speak about this again in more detail in Project 1 Million in 1 Year. So if you haven't already grabbed your ticket, your seat, grab it. But in this whole flipping switch thing, it is the speed of you being able to go from a place from awareness. I'm aware that I'm getting in that mood. I'm aware that I'm being agitated. To then you doing something about it that flips. So awareness, the flipping. Not staying with it is a really, really important thing. And so it is the speed of execution, the speed of implementation that leads to the biggest successes and the fastest successes. And for that, I also want to ask you guys a question. Anyone that has written down a goal for themselves, either in the chat or in your notes, do you want that goal to come relatively fast? You want to manifest it, attract it in your life after 5 million years? Or would you like to have it sooner than 5 million years? Let me know in the chat box. Do you want to have it fast or not fast? It is totally your choice. And this is also where, again, we're going to come back into the difference between the conscious and the subconscious mind. Because in our conscious mind, we definitely want it fast. We're like, I want it, I want it, I want it. But subconsciously, are we allowing for that? So the speed with which we can flip that switch is important. But in order for us to effectively be able to do that, there's the next thing, which is control. I want you guys to write the word control down. And I don't mean the title of the Janet Jackson song, Control. but I mean you having the awareness of whether you control this thing or not. If I right now am mad at the fact that Facebook has suspended me for no good reason, I've been building this account for years. I've built a group, I've built a following, I've got all these beautiful chats with my students. I could lose it all. That sucks. But do I control that? I don't. I have no control over it. The only little control I had is that I appealed it and I just, it's out of my control now. So then there's two things. If it's not in my control, I can be mad about it. What good does it do to me? How much does that add to my life or my experience or my energy that is also at a constant pace, vibrating things out, attracting things back in? I don't want to be stuck with that energy. Truth of the matter is that there's no much more things that I can do about it than what I have done already. So that's an important thing too. You just write down a challenge that you have faced over the last 7 days. Maybe a technological challenge. Oh, how does this Instagram thing work? It doesn't do it. Another challenge. Maybe you got a bill, an unexpected tax bill. You have paid too little tax. Here's another tax bill. Thank you for feeding the government pot. Whatever the challenge may be. Maybe you had an argument with someone that you love. Wasn't your intention, wasn't their intention, but why does this keep happening? Ask yourself, what of that is in your control? Because we oftentimes are consuming ourselves with things that we cannot control. There was a really beautiful example that Master Krishna gave me once, and didn't just give it to me, he gave it to the entire audience because that was my first event that I attended. And he said, imagine that right now I want to go from here to there, but someone puts a whiteboard in the field. Now, what can I do? I can be like, why is this whiteboard here? Why? Write this down in your notes. The question, why? Why is this here? I don't deserve this. I want to go to the other side. The question, who put it here? Who did this? Who is my imposter? Why are you doing this? Who and what? Who put this thing in here? Man, I can do that. And you'll come to realize that those questions, and there are more than just those two questions, it's a bottomless pit. You can go infinitely, go deeper. Why is this here? And why is it happening to me? And why do I never have luck? Or I can just say, hey, you know what? I see a problem. I'm solution focused. Let me just put this thing out of the way and get to the other side. Because I can control why this thing is here. I can't control who has put it here. I can control what I do, though. I can control how I think about it. I can control how I handle the situation. I can control how I let it or let it not affect me because it does or does not serve me. And then I want to bring you to this example because everyone here that has the goal of making an impact, when you're making an impact and you're dealing with people, there's lots of different situations, because if you truly want to empower people, there's people going through lots of stuff. And if you're a bit of a emotion or feelings person like I am, then sometimes they can get the better of you, and you'll feel a certain way because you want people to win and you don't want people to feel sad. But there is a fine line, because what is again your control? And Grandmaster Akshar, for those of you that know him, he once shared a really beautiful example on stage when we were in London. And he said, when he asked someone to come on the stage, and he says, okay, here's a flower. So he had a flower and he gave that to the person there. And then he says, because someone was asking, like, I have these people around me that are constantly complaining and negative, and it was like a family member. And she's like, I love this person, but it's just so difficult, and they keep, pulling me down. And then he said, okay, come on the stage. He had this flower, so I say, hold the flower. Person held the flower, and then he said, okay, give the flower to me. And then the person reached out their hand to give the flower, and he didn't grab the flower. He just let her stand there, giving me the flower, but not taking the flower. And he said, in the same way that I'm now not accepting your flower, even though you're giving it to me, you can allow yourself not to accept that complaining flower from another person. Those things are all choice. Now, I'm not saying, and this is where we're going to go more deeper in the ethical side of things, I'm not saying that you're not going to be supportive, you're not going to be incredibly responsible in that situation, that you're not going to have great communication with that person in an attempt to support and help and be accountable to whatever was your responsibility in that endeavor that led to the flower to be given to you. You can do all of those things. But you do not have to accept the flower, meaning you do not have to then carry that negative energy that someone is just giving to you. You can choose whether or not you want to do that. And so I want to bring it to the next important principle. And that is a principle that I learned from my dad, which is really, really, really helped me so much. Because as a kid, this is a very personal story that I've never shared with anybody, apart from my dad and my family, is that back in the day, I used to, as a kid, think of everything, everything that is out there. I just think about whatever things I saw on the television, things that I saw happening in war zones, everything. And then there was sometimes moments where I got a thought in my head, and I was just like, "Oh my gosh, I thought this thing. I'm not supposed to think this thing. This is not good. It's not good to think this." Anybody ever had something like that? Let me know in the chat box. Maybe you've had a thought too, that something crossed your mind, but you didn't feel like, oh, that's not actually something that I want to embody, but just the thought came in. What my dad said to me when I was little is that it's like those thoughts can pass. We all sometimes think something that maybe we are or are not proud of, or we are, it's not even something that we want to think, especially if you're aware of what happens in the music industry or what's happening in the entertainment industry, how a lot of the pollution of negative things, whether that is things that break up the family unit, or whether that's things that promote detrimental things like hate and other things that are indecent. Like when you're consuming that, sometimes thoughts run through your mind, but it doesn't mean that that thought is there for you to then go and grow. And that's the choice. So when thoughts fly by in your head, allow to let them pass. Allow to let things pass. And here's the lesson that my dad taught me in terms of responsibility of those passing thoughts, passing opinions, passing whatever. So the thing is the principle, let's say, of passing and grabbing. Now, some of you may not relate to this at all, then let it pass. And some of you may be like, whoa, actually, this is very useful, especially if you notice that you're doing things and you are doubting yourself, or you are very much valuing the opinion of people around you. Maybe some people are not understanding the journey that you're on, and that can be very difficult. So my dad always said this. He said, when a person or an event or whatever's going on, but in this example, when a person says something to you, and that could be feedback, that could be a complaint, it could be a compliment, it could just be a problem that is being addressed. Something is being said to you. First, brings us to the next principle where we're going to go into afterwards. the mirror principle. Now, those of you that have been in part of Project 1 Million, we talk about the mirror principle when it comes to acquiring clients, when it comes to the way how we show up as a client ourselves, that then determines what will come back to us, what kind of clients are we attracting. You sell the way you buy, as my coach said the other day. But in this case, I'm talking about from a different perspective. It's about you being able to honestly reflect your own thoughts, behaviors, actions, and influence on others. So imagine someone comes to me and sees a post that I've made and says something like, "This is absolutely outrageous. Why do you share this information about building a business? It's just a scam," which I have. Sometimes people say it. I'm very happy that it's the minority, very, very much the minority, touch wood, but those comments come. And I don't know about you guys, but for me, it's always a moment of like, why is someone saying this? If only you just come to the event, you'll see it's not like that. So that happens internally for a little moment, and then there's the flip switch. They like flip switch. Let's get out of there. But it's there, and it's very real. But then my dad says this: look yourself in the mirror. I stand in front of my mental mirror, and I look myself in the eye, and I say, what of what this person is saying is actually true? What of what this person is saying is feedback that I can actually take on? What am I maybe missing? Have I done something perhaps that one way or another has affected that person, whether I meant to or didn't mean to? Which part of this could I take on and allow it to better me as a person and take ownership of what had just passed, whether or not that was my intention or I completely missed it? And this is a hard one, looking ourselves in the mirror, because who likes to acknowledge our own mistakes? It's not nice, because we want to live a nice life. How many of you have ever had it that owning up to something that you've done that is wrong is just like, it's not the nicest task? There's honor and righteousness in doing it. That part of it is nice. But to actually hold up your hand and say, hey, sorry, that's on me. That's a hard part. And acknowledging that for yourself first is also a hard part. But then my dad added this. He says, if you do that, and you honestly can say to yourself, from anything that is being shared with us right now in this moment, from this person saying that I'm a scam and whatnot, there's no truth to that. There's no place where I could have done better. There's no thing that I can take on board and actually do something to constructively improve my communication with people. Then let it pass. And let it pass. And that's why I really like that quote by Abraham Lincoln, where he says, I've learned from every single person that I met. And he adds the second part of the quote, for most people, I've learned what not to do, which is also very true. A lot of people out there, they do funny stuff that we do not want to replicate. But the part where you can say, hey, I'm actually open to learn from anyone, that's a really important one. And that's also why I'm going to be maybe a bit direct. In my 9 years or 9.5 years now in business, I've worked with a lot of, high-end people, billionaires, millionaires, whatever heirs are out there. And sometimes I didn't resonate with some of the stuff that some of those millionaires, billionaires, speakers, influencers, whatever, used to say and do. Like the behavior that they're only nice when someone is paying them a lot of money, or they're only seeing the value of showing up if there is 1,000 people, and if there's just one, they're like, no, this is not worth my time. That sort of behavior, and let me know if you can resonate with that. I'm always like, doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right if we think at any given moment that we are more than another human being, because we aren't. We are all equal. You, me, everyone. We're all equal. We're all special. We are all the creation of God. Now, could it be so that some of those individuals are perhaps doing things that are despicable? Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people out there like that. But it has nothing to do with what their possessions are, what their um, status is. It has to do with their actions. And so, respecting a person based on their actions rather than the money that's in their bank account, the amount of money that they pay you, the amount of accolades that they have, the amount of success stories that they have, the amount of awards that are on their wall, like that's a bit out of my set of values, at least. And why am I sharing that? Not to just say, hey, these are my values, take it or leave it. But I'm saying that in us understanding that, and therefore also deeply appreciating what any human being may bring and add to our lives, lies a lot of freedom, magic, growth, and accelerated success. Meaning that I can be an open person and say, hey, I am willing to learn from anybody. But it just happens to be that not everybody has the right intentions. And so being aware of the passing and grabbing principle is important too. Because you might have family members, you might have friends, quote unquote friends, or people out there that are being extremely toxic. Now, when they're sharing their toxicity and their flowers with you, are you going to accept them all just because of, whatever kinship you have with them? Or are you going to be aware like, hey, wait a second, some of this stuff, can I look myself in the mirror and actually take ownership here and take accountability? If so, do that for that part. But if not, allow it to pass. Because at the end of the day, we are energy beings. And energy has its way of sometimes sticking to you, holding you down. And that's also why the social circle that you surround yourself with is ultimately crucial for your ability and speed of elevating. If you surround yourself with people that are always complaining, it is much more difficult for you to go and jump out of that and become that superstar millionaire person. Versus if you're surrounded by people that are constantly encouraging you and they're taking ownership, they're responsible, they say what they do and they're going to actually do it. It's a completely different environment. Now, that doesn't mean that if you are in a toxic environment, you are not able to do it. No, you are. No matter where you are, you can do this. But we have to have the awareness of the effect. And if we can really get this one down to a T, then even if you are in the most toxic of environments, you can still be elevated, free, and empowered. But then you do have to manage how much time is spent in that environment. How do you deal with it? Are you constantly amongst the people, or do you have some place to retreat physically, emotionally, mentally, all of these things, energetically? So these are just some light things for you to consider in the next part. But then, when you are actually experiencing the effects of others or of a situation or even of myself, I am again doubting myself. I am again making myself overthink a situation that I really don't have to overthink. We can actively allow ourselves to use tools and techniques to snap out of it. And that's what I want to go into next. And those are also commonly referred to, especially in the speaker arena, as state changes. So I know, Tony, for instance, you are trained by Master Shri with Master the Stage. You'll be very familiar with this. Many of you maybe also, if you had speaker training, good speaker training, state changes. And when it comes to being a speaker and applying a state change, it's basically me allowing you guys to stay with me, stay engaged by every now and again doing something that allows us to be back again. Like we are all sometimes in our minds, we are distracted. We sometimes go up here, and then whatever other someone is saying, we just miss it for some reason. But that also that state change that as a speaker you can utilize to allow the most impact for your audience, you can apply it to yourself too. And that's actually something that I did earlier today because I was having a funk and I was feeling like, meh, meh, meh. Okay, get out of it. And to be very truthful, it took me a little while today. It took me a little while today. And that is also okay. Like, it's not like every single day you're a super person. And that's okay to acknowledge. It's okay for me to share that with you guys because I hope it may empower you. Today, I could cry. I felt like, and not just because of the Facebook stuff. Other stuff was happening all at the same time. It's like, oh my gosh. But then comes this question as well. What is this thing a test of? The test principle. And by the way, can I just give you uh, another funny analogy? Is you know how I call all of these things principles? I'm just trying to be fancy here. Hey, what do you think of that? Test principle. That sounds much better, right? Than if I say test. Sometimes I just goof myself up in that way. Anyways, we're gonna go into this in a moment because this one might be one of the biggest one of all. It's a really, really, really important one. And it will allow us to appreciate the challenges for what they really are. So we're going to go this in a second. But the stage change. This is a very simple one. Okay. And it's just like, okay, I'm feeling the funk. What can I do to change things around? So I'm going to give you guys a few options, and you might share some options with me. Maybe my list is not fully extensive. So you let me know what is there for you. For me, number one, well, maybe not number one, but definitely high up there is music. Have you ever had it that you turn on a song and you're like, start dancing, and you instantly feel better? That's why at every event that we do, Project 1 Million, we start the sessions off by playing music, having it be empowering music, music that makes you feel excited, happy. How many of you can relate with that? If you put on your favorite song, it instantly lifts you up. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. And I actually was thinking of making a post today, but I'm off Facebook, so I can't make that post, at least not on Facebook. That's where I wanted to do it. About 3 songs that have been super impactful in my life. And I want to share them with you. Number one is Someone in the Dark by Michael Jackson. If you've ever listened to that song, you know what I mean, that song is just magic. It teleports me to a world where I'm just like, everything's beautiful, everything's pure, just like being a kid completely. And it's so beautiful. Give it a listen. It's such a powerful song. It's actually the soundtrack that Michael Jackson made for the movie E.T. E.T. Phone Home. So that's not my number one. Number two, go to, is Dear Mama by Tupac. Whenever I listen to that one, I'm just like, everything's okay. It's like, it doesn't matter what I'm going through. I'm here to make a difference. I'm here to give back. I'm here to focus on you. And when I focus on you, and this is a key point, I want everybody to write this down. If I focus on you, I get to forget about me. I get to forget about the stuff that's on my mind. I get to share my light with you. And in me sharing my light with you, you are amplifying my light. And then I can handle that stuff again. It's powerful. Number 3, Kendrick Lamar, Rich Spirit. It's a recent one, but it makes me feel like, don't worry about what other people do. Just like, I know my intentions are pure. Let's go. And I like to listen to it when I'm training. I'm like to listen to it when, whatever's going on. And I'm just like, let's go, let's go. So what's that song for you? And a lot of the time for me, it's also dance songs. I love to dance so much. So I love to, put on good dancing music as well. But figure out, what is that thing? What's that song for you? And you'll see that when you put that on, music is vibration. We are vibration. So there's actually a lot of influence, bad influence, in the type of vibration that the current majority of the music industry is utilizing. to somehow imprint negative feelings in us. Now, for some of you, this may sound very woo woo. If you believe me, if you don't believe me, totally up to you. Just be aware. Be aware that you're an instrument. You're an instrument, and that instrument can be tuned by other things around us. In the same way that our students don't just learn how to close and build a business, they learn how to use their energy to positively tune other human beings so that they are uplifted, elevated, feel better about themselves and about life, and are hopeful for the future. We can utilize these beautiful talents, powers, gifts, however you want to call them, for good, or we can use them for not good, which obviously we don't want to do. Some people do. Some elements are out there. Be aware of it. So that's number one. Number two, movement. Very simple. Like, how many of you just try it? If you're here at home, stand up, just do jumping jacks for a moment. Oops. Hup. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, hop. Hey, hop. Dum, 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 dum. Doesn't it make you feel instantly better? Just like, I feel good. I feel good. I knew that I would. So hey, this is a combination movement and music. So go and run. Go to the gym. Do push-ups. Do jumping jacks. Doesn't have to be anything elaborative. It's not like, oh, if you're not capable of going to your gym because it's 30 minutes away and you're having an appointment, then just stand up, do the jumping jacks. Stand up and do high knees. Whoop, 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 whoop. You're going to feel something. Yeah, very important. Number three, sleep. It's an interesting one. My mom always said this to me as I was growing up, saying, like, if you feel mad, sad, or any of the emotions, if you sleep, you wake up in the morning, you feel better. It's a powerful reset. It allows you to just be, okay, let's erase some of that cash and let's feel better again. How many of you have had it that you had an argument or you had a bad day at work, you come home, you're tired, you feel like you can cry, just go to bed. In the morning you wake up, you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. All right, let's go. So if, none of the other ones work, take a nap. Just go zone out for a moment. You'll feel better. Next, out of context. Take yourself out of context for a moment. Like, different things have psychological effects on us. As human beings, we anchor certain things, and you can anchor things for positive and negative. So if you, let's say, this is a very sad example, but imagine that you had a traumatizing experience in a particular house. And then many years after the fact, you return to that house. All of a sudden, you feel those emotions. That's the negative one. If you had this place where you met the love of your life, or there's this park that you brought your toddlers to when they were just 2 and 3, and you enjoyed one of the most beautiful moments there, you come back to that place, it's just like there's a positive anchor there. It's like, remember the good old days. And that anchor is in a lot of different things. It's in all of our senses. How many of you have ever had it that you smell something and you're like instantly taken back to grandma's kitchen? How many of you had that? So smell is actually a very powerful thing too. Maybe add that to the list. I know, and a lot of girls have this, that if they don't feel so well, or they're feeling a little funky, or there's this the most wonderful time of the month or something like that, that as a girl you like to pamper yourself a little bit. You like to put on a lippy, or I'm not so much, but you want to do something nice. You want to put up your hair. You want to do maybe like a nice smelly thing. Here we go, Kayali. Put some smell on, and then that makes you feel better. How many girls can resonate? Maybe guys have the same thing. You guys tell me. I'm not a guy. But these are little things that help as well, like make yourself feel better. But with the out of context, also, even if there's not like that big event, like a traumatizing event or most beautiful memory that you have with a loved one, Also, if I'm right now experiencing my funk with the Facebook stuff in this room, in my office, I should just take myself outside for a moment. Maybe I should go for a walk. Maybe I should go to the beach, be in nature, be just out there somewhere. Just take yourself out of that context for a moment. Allow yourself, therefore, to get new impressions, especially nature impressions are good. Be in the sun, allow that vitamin D and the warm hug that the sun gives you to load your battery. It definitely works. Be near greenery. The greenery has an effect. Hug a tree. Like some of you may like that. If you don't like that, then don't hug a tree, but go outside and walk bare feet, right? Go and do that for a little while. You are going to be grounded again. These are all things that can really, really help. Yeah. And then number 5, have a strong, positive tribe. It's essential. And that's why I love our FLC family so much, because this is a group of men and women that are so selfless, so kind, so generous, and they want to see other people be their best selves. So again, a big hoo-ha-hoo for everyone who's part of the FLC family. Everybody that's not part of the FLC family yet, join Project 1 Million in 1 year. Get to see, besides all of the incredible strategies, besides all of that, get to feel what it's like to have positive reinforcement. Because here's the cool thing. I love watching our students' content. I love all the one-to-one interactions that I have with all of our students, whether it's chatting, whether that's calls that we have, whatever the situation when we come on calls together. And more often than many of our students will realize, you guys deeply impact me in an unbelievable way. That sometimes I message you guys and say, hey, thank you for making that video. I really needed to hear that. I really needed to see that because I was going through a challenge. I was going through something. And that is really powerful because, in the same way that we can be negatively influenced by having a toxic group around us, if we have a positive tribe around us, which again, I want everyone here to experience at the next Project 1 Million, it allows you to be uplifted so much so that you will perform. And by performing, I do not mean acting as if you're an actor, but you will take action and do certain things in a way that you've never done that before. And you're going to surprise yourself to what you're capable of. And you're going to be like, what? This is awesome. Like, again, for those of you that have been to Project 1 Million before, how many of you had overcome a particular fear or had find yourself, if you're doing the live videos, that all of a sudden you can speak in front of a camera and you're like, oh man, this stuff, I couldn't do this before. Or you realize that you're actually so much more talented and gifted than you ever gave yourself credit for. That happens when there is that, what we like to refer to as synergy. So write that down too. The word synergy. And the way how I like to express this, and everyone that will be coming to Project 1 Million, is that you all are an energy. So we have Tony here. That's Tony's energy. Then we have Paulo here. This is Paulo's energy. Then we have Kern here. This is Kern's energy. And then we have Akshiti, Akshiti's energy. Now, and then you have all of you, right? But I've got 4 pens, so here we go. And the power of this is that when these positive, powerful, encouraging energies come together, it creates a sort of vortex. It creates, like this, in my opinion, like this beam, an unbelievable beam that any one of us can step into. So all of us together are, even right now, creating this beam just by the fact that you're here, the fact that you're listening, the fact that you're thinking about this, the fact that we're all going through this masterclass together, the fact that you guys are commenting. It creates the beam. The beam. And the powerful thing about this unbelievable beam is that every one of us, even though we all contribute to the beam, we can all step into the beam and we feel uplifted. And you guys are doing that for me right now. And I'm not saying this, and this was definitely not part of the content, not planned, but I just had a difficult day. And it was just 2 minutes before this thing went live that I was still feeling like, ooh, even though I did the music, I did the this, I did the that. And the moment I'm here with you guys, I feel good. I feel happy. I feel free. I feel emotional as well. But this is what you guys do. This is what you guys do right now for me. And what I hope to do for you. And that is unbelievable. Because when you step into that beam and there's positive forces, I see this when I visualize it as I'm being uplifted. And I just, whoa, I'm becoming like a Super Saiyan. Yes, let's go. Kamehameha. For those of you that know Dragon Ball Z, I feel like I'm a new level. I'm like Super Saiyan 1 going to Super Saiyan level 2. Like, remember the Gohan with the flash? Like, everybody wanted to be Gohan at that point. It just feels like, wow, I'm stepping into a power level that I cannot even express. Am I able to really do this? Am I able to really go and make videos? I'm able to go and empower others. I'm able to go and make money from this. I'm able to create my own book. I'm able to go make a video like this and be here and allow it to benefit someone else. Like, wow, this is awesome. There's a whole new world opening up for me. And I'm experiencing that in that moment. And there are moments that it goes back to normality again, and maybe doubt kicks in again, and this happens and that happens, and we're starting like, was that real? That stuff that I felt back then, and then you do it again because you're part of that tribe. You're like, whoa, I'm in the Super Saiyan level again, yes! And then you start realizing that it is actually real. This stuff is real. I am infinitely capable of everything. There's no limits. I want everybody to comment that below. Say, I am limitless. And whatever was the goal that you wrote down earlier in this masterclass, that goal is probably closer than you think it is. It is within reach. But you got to allow yourself to do it. And it is very okay to allow these other incredible beings that are here together and that will be coming to Project 1 Million to help you. Say like, hey, yeah, come on, let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. And that's what I always see. And the first time that I ran an event, I was not aware of that at all. I was just like, okay, we're going to teach something. And my mentor, Master Kashna, and my dad, who's my number one first mentor ever, they already knew this stuff. And I was still a newbie in this whole thing to a certain degree, especially with business. But then I started to realize that, wait a second, the way how I as a speaker show up, the way how our team shows up, it creates this vortex. And this is not just at an event. This is a thing that we can tap into all the time. And so my message to you with this is, hey, Dad, love you, is that we all make a conscious effort to find your power tribe. Make a conscious effort, because it will make a difference. It will uplift you. And maybe for some of you watching this in your local environment, maybe you don't have that. That can be very well the case. Like, we've had students that were in a situation in a city that didn't allow really for some of this stuff, and like thinking about making 1 million was so far out of reach for most people in their local vicinity that it almost felt like, yeah, how is this stuff possible at all? But even if you do not have like the people in your direct surroundings, you can have the people online. That's another reason why I say, if you haven't already, be part of Project 1 Million in 1 year. It's a free event. It's online. It's only 2 hours per day for 6 days. We're starting next week. First day is on the 9th of July, exactly a week from now, starting at 6 p.m., same time that this masterclass started. And you will, from that very first session, already experience a change in your state, in your way of viewing the future, and practically knowing what to do. as too will this remainder of this masterclass. But that's also extremely powerful. And one of the things that I have been blessed to be taught from a very early um, age onwards by my dad. So everybody, please make sure to follow my dad. Arjan Mano, hoo ha hoo. It's like the gift that you need to give yourself. My dad is so wise, so sweet, such a good educator and empowerer. Makes it fun. Like my dad is my ultimate inspiration, and my mom too, and my family members, all of them. So without them, I would not be here, and I owe it all to them. Thank you so much, Dad, Mom, everybody watching, not watching yet. But even if, and this is what my dad used to say, even if you are alone, even if your Facebook is taken away from you, like mine, even if you have no connection whatsoever, we are one. You can connect to anything and everything. You can connect to your ancestors, those that came before you, those from your bloodline that are there. They've done the work, they've done the things, they've laid the foundation. In some cases, good, in some cases, not perfect, but you can connect to them. You can connect to any person that you admire or that you appreciate or that you feel an energy connection with. Allow that to come. You can connect to the stars. You can connect to the trees. You can connect to the water. You can connect to every human being, every animal, every other planet, every other being. We have the capability to connect to everything. And I fully agree also with what was said in the comments of Dragon Ball Z being such a powerful series. It actually teaches all of these things in fun ways to kids. How many of you know Goku, the main character that does a spirit bomb at some point? And he stands up and he has his hands up in the air and he says, I ask of all human beings, I ask the trees, I ask the water, I ask the wind, I ask the sun, please give me your energy. And then what you see in that series is that little balls of energy are coming to him and he's building this beautiful, massive energy ball with which he can then do something that will save the world. It's not just fantasy. You can do that too. And even if you're all by yourself, nobody's there, seemingly, we can create, and this is what my dad taught me, we can create our own army of good, living spirits, passed on spirits, nature, anything else that is there and that is alive and that is good. We can visualize having a whole army behind us, positively reinforcing you, supporting you, fighting the battle with you, all together for good. And my dad therefore said, you never walk alone. No matter where you go, you have the whole army with you. And that empowered me so much that in my first year in business, I sometimes walked up in a room as a newbie, but with so much energy because I wasn't alone. It was like the whole tribe is with me, right? All these energies are with me. And I walked up and there was this big shot out there, multimillionaire, being all this and that. And I was just like, hey, nice to meet you. With so much confidence, straight posture, shaking the hand with a firm grip, as Kendrick Lamar says. And these people are like, who's this person? Not because I'm a superstar. It's not because I made a lot of money. It's just because I'm not alone. I've got an energy army with me, positivity. And I'm not going to shake the person's hand to control the person, to say, I am very strong with an army and you're alone. No, I'm shaking the hand so that this may be a hand of collaboration, a hand of empowerment, so that this handshake and my smile and my energy and the energy of my entire army with me may empower you and we may salute one another and we may allow this be a moment that we can both remember and we can both tap from for all of eternity. And that's a big handshake, all of that in one. That's not what's actively going in my mind, but it is true. Our capabilities are infinite. And if we don't always feel all that, or we don't always feel super positive, like I was feeling today, when you remember these things and it's just like, hey, let's go, I got this, let's go, keep going, keep going. And that's exactly what it is about, that you keep going. But how can you keep going? In a positive way, that you keep going with pride, joy. And I'm not talking the pride of like, I'm too proud, but I'm proud of myself. You should be proud of yourself. And that was so reinforcing to me that I knew that no matter where I come, I got this. And that's why for many of you, you will learn on day number 4 of Project 1 Million in 1 year, this powerful concept of assume the outcome. Because I know that everything that I can put my mind to in the name of good, and that's an important thing because we are creators, we have God given powers and abilities to actually make things happen, and we want to use those things for good. We want to be responsible. We want to make sure that we are abundantly creating and doing great things and good things. And there's never a lack when it comes to abundance. I want everybody to write that down. It's not like if I have more, then you have less. No, there's abundance. There's enough for everybody. There's an overflow of goodness. But in that, realizing then that there is an overflow, there's enough for you, me, and everyone. And I'm then thinking, what is my goal? So if we go back, what is my goal? What is this thing that matters to me? This thing that maybe for some time I've been wanting to create. From this moment forward, assume that outcome. If you want to be a millionaire, assume it now. If you want to find the love of your life, assume it now. It's coming. Or as some people say, it's already there. Whatever that outcome is, in the name of good, assume it now. And with that, even before it has materialized and has come to show you, like, knock, knock, it is here, it has arrived, your million is over here. You actually already have called it in and have connected with it and have that process of attracting it to yourself, which is therefore then bring us into the second biggest part of today's episode, which is basically, and we're going to go, and I haven't forgotten about this thing because we're going to need to come back to this principle. It's very, very important, the test principle, because it allows us to understand what the challenges that we are facing, the self-doubt, the not worthiness, the frustration, or whatever else is there. We understand why it's there, because it's supposed to be there. This may sound a little bit weird and not so pleasant, but it is supposed to be there for a reason, but not for long. It's there for a little while so that you can figure out how to deal with it. So we're going to come back to that. But now, like I said already, we're going to assume that outcome. And so point number 2 and topic number 2 of today's 3-hour masterclass, so I better hurry up. Maybe I'll over deliver, who knows? That is saying, nice FLC shirt. Yay! Oh, I shouldn't I? So my dad is asking me to tell you guys about our own merchandise line. As you can see, FLC over here, and we have way more stuff. We have the hoo-ha-hoo. We have like so much nerdwear. If anybody of you is interested in that, comment below and write down the acronym DWGIT, which stands for Do Whatever Good It Takes. And we're doing a very special promotion actually right now, especially for students, but also for Project 1 Million participants, that you can get our merchandise for literally almost cost price. Like I think for every item that we sell, maybe there's like 2 or 3 pounds that we make. So it's like literally cost price and eeny, meeny, miny mouse amount of profit for the store to keep running. But we just want to have also this, and this is another point I didn't even speak about it yet, the positive reinforcements of clothing and wearing something. And to that effect, let me share one thing with you. You guys see this? These These triangles, these are not just random triangles. This has to do with our family heritage. It has to do from where we come from. And this is something that our ancestors and the spiritual messaging that my dad has received and has been able to connect to has deeper meaning and protection for us, and therefore for anyone also that will be part of that and that will wear it and stuff like that. So the logos that we have, they're not just random logos or stuff like that. They actually behold spiritual power to empower me and mine, our tribe, our wolf pack, as we like to say. And for me and for my dad, who is the co-owner, and I'm the co-owner. We're both co-owners of our Freedom Lifestyle company, mission, group of endeavors. Our duty is very simple. It is to walk together with amazing, beautiful men and women and children to make this world a better place and to have purity in life, to know that you are limitless and to allow everyone to be free, physically free, mentally free, spiritually free, and financially free. And so, even in the merchandise that we do, these elements from a spiritual point of view are in there. And I know this is something true for me, and maybe it will be true for some of you. If you guys like this, I feel stronger wearing this one. I feel protected. I feel like the power of my ancestors and the power of our tribe within these designs. So that's dogged for you. Now, next point, second point. And also, if you guys are interested, you can make your way to the store, which is doggedofficial.com. DWGIT official.com. Check out the designs. If there's any requests for designs, maybe a quote that you like, FLC students and FLC movement members can request, and then we will make it for you. Yeah. All right. Second point is manifestation. Manifestation. If it was Amazon. So this is a funny one, but a very insightful one. And I think you guys are going to love it because, well, I love it. And it has really helped people over the years when I spoke about this. I need to give credit to this one to Master Sri Akashna because he mentioned something to me once. Can't remember what the setting was. And that was actually what led me to create this segment that I'm now going to share with you guys. It was something that he said. It was just like one or two sentences that brought this principle alive, and that's where this segment is brought to you by. So imagine that you were having the Amazon of manifestation, and you wanted to place an order of a good life. You want to place an order of $1,000,000. Or you want to place the order of having a freedom lifestyle empire, whatever that order is. So I want everybody to, again, can you reinforce your order, like the goal that we set in the beginning of this masterclass? Write it down for yourself again. But then as an order, like you're placing an order. We want this to arrive. Now, here's the interesting thing. Everything is energy, and energy is everything. And so we do not attract what we want. The Amazon manifestation site doesn't just allow us to say, I want to have a freedom lifestyle. Let me just say that, click, okay, let's go. You can only order what you embody. You can only order what you are at this moment. So if I am not in the same energy of that thing that I actually want, I can't order it, or it's not going to come. Or I can attempt to order it, but as soon as Amazon figures out, like, wait a second, there's not an energetic match there, it's going to return the order. Oh, time for solution focusedness. Hello, hello. And hello, hello. Welcome back. So here's the thing. Imagine that there is 3 types of states that you can be in. You can be in the state black, blue, and red. And we're going to now imagine that the normal state is the black state. That's maybe the state that you came to this event with. And the elevated, super abundant, millionaire lifestyle, effortless abundance state is this big, beautiful blue wave. And not state of shock. Oh, out of stock. I thought you said state of shock. Oh my goodness. There's a real thing. Sometimes when I'm reading comments, I can't read it fully as I'm teaching. So that happens to me sometimes. And then there's the lower state, a chaotic little red state. Now, mind you, I'm using red for the negative one. Doesn't mean that the color red is negative. Red is my second favorite color. So it's just because I need to pick something to do something. Now, imagine that this one is the energy of, let's call it the good life. Oh, GL, good life. The good life comes with that same energy imprint. An average life, a life where things are, so, not good, not bad, neither warm, neither cold. Just it's an okay life. That one comes with the black energy imprint. And a life where we're stuck all the time, chaotic, difficulty, challenging, low energy, or constantly. It comes with that same energy imprint that is the low state. Now, you, me, and everyone can vibrate at any of these states by choice and by practice, by consistency, by mastery, by surrounding ourselves with people. That's why I was saying that vortex that we spoke about before. I can come into Project 1 Million feeling like this, and then I'm with you guys. You guys are with me. We're together, and I can be elevated. And I come out of the event like this. I'm like, I'm buzzing, man. I'm buzzing. Now, just buzzing isn't enough. You need to know buzzing and then buzzing action, but it's part of the story, very important part of the story. Now, imagine that you have been wanting to manifest this and you've been wanting to have that good life, $1 million business, something beautiful. And you place that order. Now, if you're placing this order as such, Amazon's going to be like, sorry, it doesn't match, bro. This is not the right package. Order canceled, out of stock, like Tony was saying. So it's not going to happen. So imagine now, and here's the tricky part, and it's very important for us to realize. The orders, if we do manage to get into the good energy, which you guys now here on this masterclass, we're tapping into that super high energy lifestyle. Imagine that right now we're all in a bit of an elevated state. And now we place our order. This is the perfect time to place the order. We feel good. We're ready for it. We can embody it. We can envision it. We're there. The magic is happening. All right, let me place that order. So that's how we're feeling right now. The order isn't instantly. Can be. But most of the time, it takes a little bit of time because you got the delivery angels, they go fly. Sometimes they have traffic, there's wind. So sometimes it takes a little while. Now imagine this situation, and this is why so many people find it hard to predictably create success or predictably, effortlessly attract abundance. Because we have to understand is that we cannot just be this for a little while and then change state and expect this still to come. So let me sketch the scenario. We're excited. I feel good. I knew that I would. I want this life. I'm gonna go to the Amazon of spirituality. I'm making my order. So good. So good. Your order is on its way. Yes. Then the masterclass is finished. I go back to my daily routine. I meet my complaining colleagues. I get a letter from the government that I have not paid enough tax. Stuff is happening. And I'm feeling like, and all of a sudden, I go back to the lower state because that energy is taking the better of me. The toxic environment, my self-doubt, or whatever were those Achilles heels that you guys wrote down, they are now influencing me in my state. I'm no longer at that big, beautiful, calm, powerful, energetic state that is a frequency match to the life that I want to attract. And so what happens? It's on its way. La 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 la. Hey, you have now changed to this one. It's like, I can see my house. Let me check. Let me check my route, my TomTom or the navigation. Oh man, I thought that the house was here. I thought that the person was here. But then it only sees this. So it's like, something is wrong. Let me call the head office. Head office, can't find this person. What's going on? Oh, check again. All right, checking again. So it's checking, checking, checking. Can't find because it only goes to an energetic match. So what happens if we unfortunately let situations make us forget that we are in fact in control, we are infinitely powerful and capable, and it's a matter of decision. And we allow, therefore, to go down into this state, it cannot find us. So, guess what happens? It goes back to the factory. Not so nice. But it's not like that's an instant thing. Because it could be that I feel good, strong, exciting, I'm doing the work, and then I get to this state temporarily. So this thing is having a TomTom navigation error, and then it's looking, and then you're back into this state. Then it can still come. It can still come. So it's not like your life is supposed to be perfect. You're supposed to be perfect, always in that high, flowy energy. Some people sometimes think. No, there's the duality, there's the ups, there's the downs. They are there for a reason. But coming back to the previous point, can we flip that switch fast enough? Can we, yeah, can we put speed when we realize, hey, wait a second, I'm in a funk. Up down funk's gonna give it to you. Up down funk's gonna give it to you. Go back to the good state. I can use all of my state changes. I can surround myself with a powerful tribe. I can ask for advice. I can have a mentor by my side. Say, hey, don't worry, keep going. Okay, let's keep going. And then no problem. This is not the first time that the package or delivery drivers go a wrong street. Then it's like, oh, sorry, it's probably my fault. I wasn't looking. And then it still arrives. So you don't have to be perfect. You just want to be aware. Keep to the state. And do activities that allow you to stay in the state, which is the final part of this masterclass. The practical activities that one can do, including one of the most powerful ones. That also today has made a difference to me, which is impact. Me being with you guys. You guys uplifted me from my funky state to ta-da, to this state. Nothing is perfect, but we can be aware and adapt. But let me make you guys aware of another principle, which we don't always realize. Because in the same way that when I now place this happy order, that it takes some time for this one to come, my old orders also take some time to come. And this is where most things go wrong in our own minds. Imagine, for a long time, you've been trying to reach that goal that you have. You've been wanting to do it, but you didn't have a supportive group, didn't have some strategies, didn't have a mentor. On top of it, you have so many hats on, so many things to take care of. So you've tried it, you've dipped in some toes, or you've dipped, that sounds so wrong. You've dipped in some toes. I mean, you dip your toe in a few waters, but nothing ever came of it. So you're kind of like in this state, I'm like, I'm not sure if this can be. And in the candle example, we all have a burning flame in us always. It was beautiful and bright the moment we came to this world. We were perfect as children. But then life takes us through different events that somehow sometimes dims that light. But it's never gone. Never. Never, never, ever. As long as we are alive, or if we come to pass, then we have that light too, as a soul, and whatever else we will be doing and going. But it could be that the flame is dimmed a little bit. Maybe you can resonate with that right now, watching this. You want to do it, you're taking the actions, but there's still some doubts because you've been through life. You have had your evidence of moments that things didn't work. You've had your evidence of people saying that you don't amount to anything. that you're not capable, that you're not smart enough, that you're not beautiful enough, that you're whatever. Who do you think you are that you can do so and so? So it's understandable that the light sometimes can be dimmed for any one of us. And it's understandable that we can sometimes be in that funk for too long, especially if we have thing after thing after thing, challenge after challenge. But even those challenges, we summoned, we ordered. Either we actively ordered it, or it was a universal order in our best interest. So either we've actively ordered those packages that keep us a little stuck because of the way how we have or have not shown up, or it was a divinely ordered package. This was just like, hey, this comes with your life. So the fact that you're born, this package is just your onboarding package. And that onboarding package doesn't mean that you get it as a baby. It can sometimes come when you're 15, it can come when you're 25, it can come when you're 50, it can come when you're 90, whatever. It can come at the moment that is divine for you and me because of that other principle that we are yet to go into, the test principle. But now imagine and be with me for a moment. Imagine you're going through your funk. Things are not always going well. You're not in the highest energy. And because of that, you've ordered, your energy ordered some negative packages. They are dispatched. They're on their way. La, 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 la. Then you come to this masterclass. You come to Project 1 Million in 1 Year. Your energy grows. You're like, man, I can rule the world if I rule the world. And we feel good. So in that great energy, we're like, man, I can actually do this. Let me go to the Amazon of life. I'm going to order this big, good life package. Let's go. Order is dispatched. So this one was dispatched a few weeks ago, a few days ago, and this one is now dispatched. This one's probably going to arrive sooner. It's on its way. And you're doing all the good work that we're going to talk about later. Your energy is good. And then this package arrived. So you open up your door, you're in that great energy, and that package arrived. You're like, what the heck? I didn't order a stuck package. I've been participating, I've been making my videos, I've been speaking to people, and then this one comes. Maybe this stuff doesn't work. And we forget that this was not the effect of this great energy. This was the effect of what was still ordered or divinely ordered. And this one is actually a really deeply empowering supersonic tool. And now we're going to go into the test principle. When you are in this great energy and these old packages finally start arriving and they're making you doubt whether this whole thing is possible, so they are all arriving, these ones are like this super box. I don't know if anybody's ever played Crash Bandicoot or Sonic or like these things. And then sometimes you walk, you can collect stars. They're good for your power level. That's awesome. That elevates your energy. But sometimes you can collect these like Oonga Boonga. Do you guys remember that? Like, or was it Oonga Boonga or it's like Hoopla Boom? Something like that. You guys probably know what I mean. They're the ones with the head on it. And they're an extra life. Or they're this extra thing that gets you in the super state, and then you can do boonga 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 boonga. You can do all of that stuff, right? So it's that extra possibility that can elevate you, but it's in disguise. This one is very powerful, and we don't appreciate it enough. This one is a test. What happened to me today with the imposter, with Facebook suspending me, that's a test. Because I'm doing my doings. I'm working really hard. I'm serving my people to the best of my ability. I go all in, I over deliver. trying to be a good person, trying to be a good daughter, trying to be a good friend, all of the things. I'm doing my best. I'm working out and whatever. I'm doing all the things. Why is this coming to me? Trying to be a little bit theatrical. But then I asked myself today, even though I was in the funk, what is this trying to teach me? Write it down for yourself. What is this thing trying to teach me? What is this whole imposter thing trying to teach me? What is it telling me? Why do I need to deal with this right now? What's on the other side of it? Remember what we had earlier? I'm here, and this is Facebook saying the doors are closed. What is this trying to allow me to grow into? To be able to move this thing aside and then actually make it to that next level where I want to grow into. What is the learning here? Because in anything that we have in life, you probably will know that some lessons repeat itself. Anybody ever had that? Let me know in the chat box. Have you ever had a lesson and maybe you didn't refer to it as a lesson, but you refer to it as a failure or something that keeps happening? But it happens more than once. I've heard once, and I don't know exactly what the real quote is, but it's something along the lines of until we've learned from it, it's going to keep presenting itself. Until we have dealt with it the right way, it's going to come, maybe in slightly different shapes, but it's going to keep coming. I can give you a simple example with relationships, whether that is romantic relationships, whether that is friendships. How many of you have ever had it that or you know of someone that may have had it, that when you do not respect yourself, you get into toxic relationships? Because I don't respect myself, so I don't feel like another person needs to respect me. So I'm okay with that behavior. I'm okay to be in this circle, and I get hurt, and then I wonder why. Why is this happening? Why do I keep getting the wrong friends? Why do I keep getting so much stress and regrets and sadness? And until that person then realizes, hey, wait a second, I can't expect that person to respect me if I don't even respect me. I need to set the example. I can't expect some mentor to come and say, hey, I'm going to make you a millionaire if I don't even show up to be that millionaire. I can't expect myself to grow a six pack if I don't actually do the work in the gym or in the kitchen. So until we learn that very valuable lesson that this challenge brings us, we're not going to go to level 2. Same with games. For those of you that have played Crash Bandicoot, Mario, Sonic, any of those games, you have multiple levels. So let's draw that out for a second. And then you can make the game of life, right? So we have this is the super level, and then we have different levels here. Like we're gonna make a simple game, the game of life. And this is us now. We're in level 1. So that's where we currently are. We just consider that level 1. And there's a history there. You've probably done things before, things that you've overcome. But in this level, so we're just going to say this is level 1, this is level 2, this is level 3. Whoa, and this is the ends level. Ooh la la. So in this level, there are going to be, I'm going to continue with the red pen, obstacles. There's things we have to jump over. There's things that we have to not step into. And we all know, just before we enter the next level, what do we have there? Every one of us that play the game will know it. It's that end boss of this level, the big mean fella. You have to beat this guy. And only if you beat this guy, you can overcome this one, you can overcome that one. But if you do not beat this guy, you're not gonna go to level 2. That's the end boss. How many of you remember that end boss from back in the day? This end boss is that challenge that you have summoned. And that end boss is different in different levels. Like we are in different levels, we have different goals, so our games look differently. But we have specifically summoned this end boss because this end boss is coming to us and is saying, Tony, are you ready for the next level? I don't think you are. Let me shake you up. I'm throwing you. Boo. And Tony's like, oh no, what's happening? Tony. I'm a bit of a weird villain here. But that's what this end boss does. This end boss, this challenge, this test is testing. Are you ready for this? You have summoned this, but are you ready for it? And there's a simple example that everybody will understand. How many of you have ever heard of a person on television or otherwise that won the lottery? And after a few weeks or months, they're broke again. Anybody ever heard that? Or their life went to shambles. It was worse because of all the money, and then they started to do the wrong things. And they're worse off afterwards. Why is that? It's because they got that level and the result of that level handed to them before they were ready. And if I, now an actual certified driver, for those of you that know me for a long time, you will know that it took a little while. But if I step into a car trying to drive through Dubai traffic before having had passed my diploma and my lessons, that ain't gonna go well. Before I know it, like woo, 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 and then something that I don't even want to speak of might occur. You got to be ready for it. We can call things sin, but then we have to build our vessel to be ready to take that on. And any one of us can do it. We just got to be aware. And we got to be aware that when we level up, there's an end boss there. And sometimes that end boss is not at the end. Sometimes it's at the beginning, especially when it comes to building a business. Let me show this to you guys again. This end boss is pretty much the beginning boss. Beginning boss, end boss. Just a boss. Because in the beginning, the success graph, for those of you that remember or never seen it before, this angle or this axis is time. This axis is the resistance that we feel, but it's also the success axis. And so the success journey is seemingly extremely slow. You don't notice any successes in the beginning, hardly anything. Like I'm making a video and there's one view, 0 likes, 0 comments. We feel like there's nothing to be proud of, but there's a lot to be proud of actually. But then this thing, the resistance that we're feeling in the beginning is awesomely great. So much so that most of us throw the towel in the ring. Most of us choose to not succeed. Success is a decision. And just because this end boss is there and we don't like him or her very much, doesn't mean that we should give up. Because we are built to beat that guy. We are built capable, strong, creative, energetically, infinitely strong to do anything in the name of good. So you are capable in this level, in this game of life, to defeat the end boss and any other challenges that's along the way. But you gotta believe in it. And you gotta do the work for it. And you gotta recognize it for what it is. So when in that highly elevated state that we are all in when we're together in that vortex and when we're Project 1 millioning and when we're here on this masterclass, we all feel good. We all say, yeah, this is the one. But when this one then comes, you gotta understand, this one is the crucial one. It is the test. is the test that comes to you, me, and everyone and says, are you ready for this? And it also says this, write this down. How much do you really want this? Because we all say we want to make 1 million. But how much do you really want this? How much does it mean to you? And it doesn't mean that you have to be materialistic. I'm definitely not materialistic. For anyone that's been to a Project 1 million, you will see I always wear the same clothing every single episode. No, not every single episode, but every single event. I just have the same wardrobe that I just recycle, pretty much. It's fine. But how much do you want this? How much does that million mean to you? What can you do with that 1 million? What can you do for your family? What can you do for yourself? What can you do for the people and the charities that you support? Maybe your local church or your local mosque or your local synagogue or your local temple. Maybe you can support there. What can you do for children in war zones? What can you do for those buddies that you knew from the good old days and you know that they're struggling and maybe you can help them out a little bit? We all can do that. It's just how much do you want this? And the answer should be, how much do you want this? I want this more than anything. Or I want this with all my heart, rather, I think is a better one. I want this with all my heart. I want this because I deserve it. My family deserves it. My community deserves it. I'm ready for it. And I'm ready to pass this test. Let's go. And I'm getting punched in the face. And I'm getting punched in the face, but I keep standing up and I put my decking, put my defense up. And I'm like, oh my goodness, and then strike back like, come on, I'm not gonna let you beat me. And before we know it, I beat the end boss, and I passed the test. And here's what passing the test does to the Amazon of life. Ladies and gentlemen, I just see a result coming in. Do we have this package? Yeah, this person just passed the test. Tony, I think the name is. Yeah, Tony. Tony passed the test. Yep, that's correct. Yeah. You can give it some prime. Let's go. Yeah. Super speed. Light speed? No, faster than that. Super sonic, whatever speed. No, sonic is not actually as speedy as light, but amazing speed. And before you know it, vroom, Tony opens the door and he's like, ta-da! Abundance has arrived. You have passed the test. Well done. See you in level 2. And then you play the whole game all over again with a different test and a different thing. And that's why also in Project 1 Million, you guys will come to learn this concept that every single journey, every single growth phase of life, there are different resistances, different success graphs. So let's just say, for simplicity, in Project 1 Million, you guys are going to be prepared for making your first million or your next million. And you also want to set a intermediate goal, which is 100,000, and then other intermediate goals. But every single goal that you set, there's a new end boss, a new resistance, new thing that you have to learn and adapt to. And the next phase, same, and the next phase, the same. And this doesn't just happen when it comes to making money. It happens also when it comes to different life goals. You maybe have a goal financially first, and then you have a goal as a parent, and then you have a goal as health. And in all of these different areas of life, it's the same principles, but we just got to recognize them as such. And we got to recognize and appreciate the challenges for what they actually truly are. How many of you are having an aha moment? Put aha in the chat box. And also, very important here, when they then arrive, you come and look at them and you say, okay, what is this trying to teach me? How much do I want it with all my heart? Understand that this is the super speedy button that can allow us to actually get prime. And we're not going to let this put us in a funk and go back to this one, which makes this one go away. And that's why this one can make you or break you. Not really, but it can delay the journey or speed the journey up. That we recognize it for what it is. And a tool for that is gratitude. Write that down. It's nothing new. But a tool for it is really gratitude. Be grateful that I'm being tested. Be grateful that right now I'm just being out of the world of Facebook. At least the good news is that I'm not getting distracted by all of the notifications from all of my beautiful students. I'm not getting distracted with all of the other stuff because, I'm missing out. I can't click on it anyways. So I have more time to prepare for the masterclass. Hence, I wrote all of these notes before this that weren't part of the original program, but I was like, hey, let's add them too. Does that make sense? And then when we do that actively, we also realize that we're not as wobbly. How many of you have been wobbly? Then you feel good, and then you feel down, and then you feel good, and then you feel down, and it almost is like a song. No, we want to have more consistency. You know what we want to be like? We want to be like a tree that stands strong with deep rooted roots, with strong arms and beautiful leaves. And it doesn't matter if it's windy, doesn't matter if it's raining, doesn't matter if it's snowing. The mighty tree stands tall. And what happens if you are a mighty tree? People will come and see you are strong, you're dependable, something that people can count on. I'm going to be by this tree. People are going to find shelter under your wings. How good does that feel? So I look at all these beautiful people. Okay, cool. I'm going to stand strong. Let's go. I got you guys. Yeah. Come wind, come storm, come anything. Be like a tree. Because when we are like a tree, it doesn't mean that we do not have all these weather conditions. We don't have all of these challenges, divine challenges, or challenges that we actually ordered. It does happen. But the tree is not going to be like, oh, I'm going to break. Maybe some trees will. And then obviously, those are not the trees that you and I want to be. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking of that, Dad. Elk nadeel heb ze voordeel. It's a Cruyff quote. Yes. Every every downside has its upside, I think is the translation in English. But again, back to the tree. The tree is also being moved, but it's not like dramatically, oh, I don't believe in myself. Oh, this is happening. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, like imagine, do you ever see a tree like that? Just like constantly up and down, up and down. Like either the tree is standing or the tree is broken, but it's not like constant back and forth. A tree knows what they want, pretty much. So be a tree. Comment that below. Say, I'll be a tree. I'll be a tree for my tribe. Hey, that sounds good. I'll be a tree for my tribe. Maybe we can make a song out of it. Now, final thing before we go to the next very important point, the third one. This challenge, that is that end boss or whatever else it is, sometimes again, these are not the ones that we ordered, but they are divinely delivered as an onboarding gift at a certain stage because of our potential and purpose. Sometimes you're just chosen to go through certain things in life. Some people are currently in the most horrendous situations. We look at Gaza and the kids over there. I saw some videos this morning again. It's just like nobody has ordered that. A kid that is 7 years and is starving, they didn't order that. But maybe whatever is going on that is absolutely not right for that kid to experience is actually a blessing in disguise. Maybe the plan that the Almighty had and the purpose that this Almighty had for this kid was so that they are able to go through it. And because then they go through it, they can help other people out there. They can inspire. Just a few days ago, I saw a little kid also from the Gaza Strip who is a rapper. And he's singing the most beautiful raps and songs that inspire people all around the world. Now, him being in that situation, like no kid should go through a war or should go through trauma or should go through abuse of whatever form. No kid should have that. Children should be safe at all times, no matter what planet, what background they come from, what religion, whatever. We're all one. We're all God's creation. But if it does happen, either in childhood, maybe for some of you, or in adulthood, sometimes we don't order those things, but they are there because God knows we're strong enough to overcome them. And God knows that only you are strong enough to face that so that you may rise and provide that shelter for others. And there's a saying, and I don't know where it is from or where I've heard it, but it says something like God tests his strongest soldiers the most, or something along those lines. And sometimes I wonder, like, if I resonate with that at all or not, because I think all of us are unique and special in one way, but then also all of us feel that our challenges and our burdens are heavy and hard, and no one burden is the same, and no one burden is experienced the same. So one person may go through a heartbreak because of a toxic relationship. Another person may have lost their house because of a war situation. Another person may have had challenge after challenge when it comes to their career and feel so unworthy psychologically because of the abuse that was happening verbally in the workspace. Now, which one is worse? They're all bad. They're all not good. They're all not pleasant. But at the same time, they're all meant to be. Because for some reason, in the beautiful part that you play in this absolutely incredible orchestra of life, like the beautiful instrument that you're playing that is part of whatever makes the world go round, that was exactly that one thing that you had to face. And that is exactly the one thing that hurt you, because in your circumstances that was heavy. Another person may look at that and be like, I don't see the point. I don't see why that's so bad. Or, don't be like, oh, your one is not worse. That person got it bad. No, I think we all actually experience exactly what we need to experience. And that's because divinely we have this purpose and mission that we may not only remember anymore, especially when we go through life and there's so many turbulence, and there's again the opinion of people around us, ill-intended or not ill-intended, but it does something to us. And the reason why I'm sharing this with you guys is because I want you to know that you have this purpose. It's different for you than it is for me, than it is for another, but you have a purpose. If you are born, you have a purpose. And it does means also that everything that you've gone through in your life and the experiences that you are still having, good, bad, and ugly, they are there for a reason. And they are there because you and only you can carry it. And you and only you can defeat that end boss. And it isn't your burden, it is your blessing. You can make your message, as Rajesh, the head of our agency, always says in FLC. You can allow yourself to look at it from a perspective of, man, all woe is me, and I'm a victim of whatever has happened. And again, I'm not downplaying the severity of some of the situations that some people have gone through, and it should never be the case. But at the same time, you and only you could carry that, could handle that, could overcome that. That's why you're alive. That's why you're driven. That's why you're excited. That's why this light in you is burning. You wouldn't come to this masterclass if you didn't have that light burning. And so then rather than looking in the past and all of the stuff that has happened then as like, oh, this is bad and I was the victim of all of that. No, you are the victor. You are the one that has survived. You are the one that is still standing. You are amazing. Let's clap it up for you. What you have gone through, what you are going through, and what you are doing at this moment, investing your time, your energy, your money, your blood, sweat, and tears right now to make a beautiful future. I salute you. You are incredible. And everything that has happened before and everything that may still happen in the future, everything has divinity and blessings to it. We can either look at it as a sad situation, a challenge, a negative, or we look at it as the blessing that it actually is and the opportunity that it is. And I pat myself on the back and say, wow, I've done that. I'm a survivor. Everybody with me say, I'm a survivor. I survived everything that's happened in my life so far. That's pretty awesome. Now that I have survived and overcome all of these things, how many people may actually be in a similar situation that I have already overcome? Who might actually need my help? And let me tell you, there are hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of people that will need your help. And that's where we come to the next point. Let me know in the chat box if this makes sense so far. And the next point is then realizing the power and the incredible gravity of the mission that we have in life. For simplicity, let's call it purposeful impact. And no one in this planet, no one does not have this. No one, doesn't matter what your past is, doesn't matter what you have done, thought, or been a part of that maybe you're not so proud of. Everyone has the ability to reinvent themselves. Everyone gets reborn every single day, every single moment. This is what my dad taught me. We all have a past, we all have ups and downs, we all made mistakes. But at any given moment, we can stand up and say, hey, I'm reborn. Because when we go to bed at night, it's not a given that we wake up in the morning. It's not a given that, again, we have that breath in our lungs, blood streaming through our veins, a heart beating in our chest, and a dream flowing through our being and energy. It's not a given. So the fact that you woke up this morning is a blessing. The fact that you're here right now is not for no reason. And it's right now. That was interesting. I said that at 22222. Now, those of you that are good with numerology, tell me the meaning of that. There's a meaning to everything. And the fact that you are now reborn in this new day gives you the opportunity to allow this day to become what you want it to become. No matter the past, no matter the future, we have today. What can I do today to make a purposeful impact? What can I do today to allow what I have overcome already, or what I deeply enjoy, or what I have knowledge in, to help another person? And I want you guys to write this down. I want you to write down that that person, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, or more, is out there waiting for you. The person that you can empower purposefully is waiting for you. The clock is ticking. This person is going through this stress right now. This person is at the verge of giving up. This person is in need of you as a hero to stand up and say, hey, I didn't see this before, but now I realize that everything that I've been through had meaning. And now I realize that I can be indeed very proud of myself. And I realize that, yes, I've made mistakes. And I take ownership, accountability, and I pray that everyone that I have not always intentionally or not intentionally treated in the way that I wish I had, I hope they forgive me. I hope that they know now, or I hope I can send them love, that they know it was not my intention, and I know better now. I wish nothing but peace, blessings, energy, and abundance upon them. And I hope that that allows that energy to clear. And I now stand up tall. I now stand up courageous. I now stand in love and in respect. I stand in awareness. I stand in connection to everything that is me, you, and everyone else out there. Every living creature, every inanimate object, even. I connect with everything. And now that I am reborn in this day is the day that I'm gonna march out there and do one good thing. One good thing. And if I can do one good thing, maybe I'll do two good things. And if I can do two good things, let's go crazy. Let's do three good things. I make one post, I have one conversation, and I give a compliment to the guy at the counter doing my groceries. Thank you so much, sir, for your service. I appreciate you, and I wish you a great day. Three things done. Cha-ching! In the bank of goodness. Because before anyone is going to make cha-chings with money, you're going to make cha-chings in the bank of goodness. And that bank is infinite as well. I'm collecting cha-chings in me doing good deeds, in me thinking good thoughts, in me taking ownership of my mistakes, me communicate to those that I need to communicate in order to take that responsibility, me taking ownership in myself and realizing that I haven't been my best friend. I've been a good friend to others, but I haven't been a best friend to myself. And me realizing that as much as many of us feel that we should do good to other people, and we should, I am one of those people. I should not harm myself. I should not neglect myself. I should not disrespect myself. I should not settle for things that I know will not serve me. And if those things are in my surroundings right now, then I'm going to do something about it. Because either you accept it or you're going to do something about it. And I'm standing up right now. I'm strong, I'm ready, I'm capable. And I know that if I just do a good deed to another person, I'm actually doing a good deed to me. If I'm helping Kern, then I'm also helping me. Not just in the fact that if I help Kern, Kern will probably reciprocate and help me also. If I say thank you, Kern, Kern will maybe say thank you to me. If I help Kern with this, he might help me with something else. That's not even the fact that I'm talking about. The mere fact that I am giving selflessly and I made purposeful impact in someone's life is giving me cha-chings in the bank of goodness. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. And I don't even see that big counter next to me, but it's overflowing. It is so large. I'm just like, whoa, oh my God. It's almost like that attraction that I went to with my mom that shoots all the way up. I have done so many good deeds in my life, or even just today, that bank is just growing. And there come a point that it will come back to me. What goes up must go down. What you put out there, if I throw a ball into the wall, it will bounce back. And those principles of life, of karma, of just physics, perhaps, they work amplified. Here's the crucial thing. If I make purposeful impact, I do a good deed, I think a good thought, I wish someone well, I do something that helps someone, then that goodness that I send out to the world in the same way that I throw that ball to the wall, it will come back. But unlike the ball that comes back in perhaps a reduced speed because of the friction, or maybe in another type of situation because of the wind or whatever, it may not come back exactly in the same way. In the bank of goodness, what I put out comes back amplified. I do a good deed, I get 10 good things back to me. But I don't always see them. I don't always have those glasses on where I can see those cha-chings in the bank of life, the bank of goodness. But they're there. And at some point, the bank of goodness allows you to exchange that in the physical bank of physical cha-chings. Because there's no way in the world that if you go out there and you're helping people, that at some point, you're not going to have someone coming to you and say, hey, I want to work with you. You are just darn awesome. And I want to be in your energy. I want to learn. I want to pick your brain. I see you're skilled in this and that area. I want to learn that stuff. Or I want you to do it for me. And they're going to exchange their money with your energy. So this purposeful impact, it's not like, oh, I put one out and I get one back. I put one out, I get 10 back. But I need to learn to see it. I need to learn to feel it. I need to understand and become aware that the fact that I'm making this video, now I can see there's 32 people watching this live. Even if there was 0, this would be a good deed that I could do. Wow, what did I do? Oh my God. Classic Tjibaria. All right. If so much sometimes. Let me know your biggest aha moment so far. Let me know in the chat box. Yeah. Everything happens for a reason. This too. See? I give. I give a lot. And it will always come back. Be grateful. Very strong one. Okay. Now that we hopefully understand how this works from an energetic point of view. Yes. I have it with me. There. Now you know how this works. Let me give you the third thing. And we like to call this the success pentagon. Don't you guys think that the names that I came up with are just very cool? The success pentagon. Wow. And by the way, for those of you business owners, impact creators, empowerers, all of you Freedom Lifestyle movement members, be creative with your terms too. So much fun. So the success pentagon. And the success pentagon, ooh, that sounds so good. The success pentagon are 5 things that you need in order to be able to be purposefully impactful and generate effortless abundance from it. So that's what we're going to go into, because it's nice understanding the principle and it's nice to know that, yeah, we can do good. But let's now put some muscle behind this hustle. Thank you guys so much. Bless you. You guys are so sweet. Let's now put some strategy behind it. Okay. So, what are those 5 elements? And I'm going to show them to you right now. The 5 elements are UEV, SRM, E, E, B, M, I, T, M, P, M. Those are 5 things that everyone needs to be able to take that purpose, go out there, and actually generate effortless abundance. Or for those of you that are more practically termed, to predictably grow your income in an impactful and purposeful way. Yeah. So 5 things. The first thing, the first thing that you need is that unstoppable energy, which already today we're talking about to a great detail, but in connection with that vision, so that you really, like, you are in the same way that now we have been talking about all of these principles and about that we attract what we are, that our energy allows us to set certain orders. I would like to be able to set the highest order, the most beautiful order that I can even imagine, not just in one area of life, but in all areas of life. And that's what also is going to be a very important part of Project 1 Million in 1 Year, where you have a beautiful future in all areas of life. And for simplicity, in this pentagon, we have wealth, we have health, we have love, we have relationship, and we have spirituality, right? All of these elements are important, because just making a lot of money is not going to do any good if you're not healthy, if you don't have love, if you don't have spirituality. So it's going to be about like the whole area of it. And that is why on day number 1 of Project 1 Million, you're going to connect to that future. And all of you that have been there before, you've experienced it. You've been able to connect to it. We do a visualization meditation. But not only that, we basically unclick all of those breaks that are even limiting us in this vision. Because I can guarantee that when I asked you earlier, totally in the beginning of this episode, to write down that goal or that vision or that dream that you have, and then later during this episode, I ask you to write it down again as an order, I can almost guarantee that every one of you, one way or another, has been limiting yourself in the goal you wrote. You had been a bit modest. You're like, okay, let me just write this one down as a starter, rather than thinking, if it was all up to me, where would I want myself to be? What would I want to call it? And that's what we're going to do on day number 1 of Project 1 Million in 1 Year. It's so important that everybody does this. But here's another thing. Like I said earlier, there are limiting factors on the journey towards it that we're not even aware of. There's so much going on in our head, so many thoughts, so many beliefs that most of the time weren't even ours to begin with. How many of you can resonate with that? That we sometimes believe, like, if you can finish my sentence, you probably know what I'm talking about. Money is the root of all. If you get finish that sentence, it means that there's this pollution, there's this thought. Where's that thought coming from? Who taught you that? Is it even true? And so that's one thing that is incredibly important in order for you to have that purposeful impact, that you realize that, yes, you want to have that unstoppable, beautiful, high energy, but you want that high energy to allow to take the highest form as you can now envision. And over time, and this is especially a message to every one of you that's been to Project 1 Million before, over time, you're evolving. Because for those of you that have been to the event before, last time you came, you're not the same person. The last time you came to Project 1 Million, the day number one, you're not the same person. You have elevated a lot since then. And you probably don't even give yourself credit for it. You probably don't even realize it. And that's why I always say this is another part of this event. You're going to learn how to actually make videos. Now, I'm going to be honest as well. If there's anybody here watching this, you're like, oh, I can't stand to make a video. Oh, I can't do it. Then I'll hope you find comfort in the fact that majority of people don't actually make a video. But I would highly recommend you do it. And I want to challenge every one of you that's been to Project 1 Million before and will be coming again to just look up your old videos. Look up your day one video. Look up your Secrets of the Richest video and just admire yourself. And more so, admire yourself looking at it like, whoa, I was such a guppy there. And realizing that now you're so much more mature, you're so much more advanced, you've grown, your awareness has expanded, which happens naturally every single day. So what is important to realize is that doing that work on a regular basis, because we are not stagnant, we are growing entities, that we continuously reimagine what we want that future to be. The vision that I had for FLC 1 year ago is completely different to the one that I have now. Like the core elements are still there, but it is more beautiful. It's more abundant. It's more real, especially if I compare it to my first year in business. That I had an eeny, meeny, miny, mouse vision. And so that is a very powerful thing. That's why we also say assume the outcome, but be open for something even better. But as you have walked a couple of steps, that something better is already on the horizon. And so there's a lot of merit in doing the exercise again and actually realize how far have I come and how far can I still go? So let me know if that makes sense. So having that vision driven, unstoppable energy and refuel that on a consistent basis so that it's ever growing. That's a very important thing. Thing number two, have a strong, and by the way, this is actually a specific one. So I need to ask you guys a question. Who actually wants to make money? Because I know this title of this masterclass is a little fluffy to attract effortless abundance or effortlessly attract abundance. But who actually wants to make money? Let me know in the chat box. You want to get cha-chings by doing good things. You want people to go and buy beautiful things from you that will enrich their lives. Whatever they buy from you is worth so much more than the money that they're exchanging with you. Now, if you want to make money, then this is going to be important. A strong relationship with money. Most of us have an awful relationship with money. Most of us feel like, ooh, money is the root of all, as some of you were finishing. Some of you feel like, oh, well, money isn't all that. Hey, did I say that? Did I say money is more important than your family? Money is more important than your health? I didn't say that. I just asked you, do you want money? Would you do more good with more money? Probably yes. If it's gradually earned by you, that is. If it's given just like that, it's not always the case because the vessel isn't prepared. But with more money, you would be able to do more good. But money isn't going to come and want to spend time with you if you are not even nice to money. Because think about it this way. Imagine that you are my friend. And then I want to go and jump on a call with you. I want to help you. Or just, and by the way, you guys are all my friends. But imagine we're friends, right? And then all of a sudden, I start to act really, really, really annoying really mean. I'm just not doing this. I'm not doing that. I don't take ownership. I don't take accountability. I'm constantly just being mean to you. Do you think that you still want to spend time with me? Oh, heck no. You're going to be like, woohoo. Not good for the energy. You probably wish me well. You probably have some communication with me, trying to get me to the light side instead of the dark side. But at some point, you're going to be like, I don't want to hang with this person. That's not fun. That's not enriching or helping anything. The same holds with money. If you deeply within are thinking money is the root of all evil, and if you think that with more money there's going to be more trouble, or if you think that money is only for those people that are greedy, then money is just not going to want to hang with you. So it is important to reimagine or redefine, or better yet, just understand what money really is. And that's what we're going to do on day number 2 of Project 1 Million in 1 year. And again, that's an exercise that is important on different levels, especially for all of you that are commenting and saying, like, yeah, I want to make a lot of money. I want to make a lot of money. It's important. And different levels of money have different levels of this understanding and different relationship graduations. Like having 1,000 in your pocket versus having 100,000 in your pocket requires a different maturity, a different type of relationship. Now, so if you say, hey, I want to go to that level, then that requires that build up as well. So it's very important. It's something, again, to be repeated. Next, this one is one of my favorites because I just like results. Is there anybody here that likes results? Raise your hand nice and high and say, I love results. I love it. I love it. I love it. Comment results in the chat box. And so this stands for an easy and efficient business model. Because if you say, I want to make purposeful impact, and through the purposeful impact, I want to make my money, I want to help people, I want to sell my books, I want to get more people to another level of awareness because of my courses, because of my services, because of my products, then you want to be able to do that through a business model. And a business model is not just like what we learn in some of those, business schools, like we're going to make a business plan, we're going to make a financial forecast, and like all of that blah 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 stuff. No, it's just simply how do I allow myself to have a conversation with another person, empower that other person, so much so that there's going to be an energy exchange. And let me just spill the beans. Money is energy. Okay? Money is energy. So there's an energy exchange happening. And that is the business model that we will be unpacking for everyone. Doesn't matter what your business is, doesn't matter if you have a business or don't have a business yet. When you come to Project 1 Million, you're going to walk away with a complete roadmap, knowing exactly how to do the right business for you. Or those of you that have a business already, you're going to learn how to take that business to another level of existence because you're at another level. And you're going to realize and pick up things that you've never picked up before. And we're going to focus on ease and we're going to focus on efficiency. Because if you want to run a business, like I don't want to run a business where I'm going to be like, I hope this is going to work. Is there anybody like that? You like to just hope that something is going to work? Or would you instead like to have predictability? Predictability. I would like to have predictability. I want to know that if I do this, then this comes out. As long as I keep doing this, this comes out. And that's what you're going to walk away with on this entire event. But we started, well, pretty much throughout, there's different elements, but day number 3 is the business day. And it's a very important thing, again, to evaluate, reevaluate that you're saying, hey, am I actually doing the doings that are bringing me closer to my result? And I saw some of our amazing students talk about this as well in your No Lipi Lipino Trimmy Trimmies that you're doing on the daily, or on the weekly, I mean, not on the daily, necessarily, about how you can put your time and effort towards things, but not all of the things will bring you forward. Like today, I had one call with one of our amazing students. I'm not going to reveal the name right now, but it was really like, okay, this person is doing so much great work, but is all of that work that is being done actually moving the needle to where we want the needle to move? And in short, you want to focus on what is called IPA. IPA stands for income producing activities. If I spend all my day on creating a logo, creating a picture, writing a lovely piece of text, and then that's it. I'm not putting anything out there. I'm not speaking to anybody, not presenting my offers, not doing anything to really empower someone or exchange with someone. I'm not going to get any sales. I'm not going to find anyone inspired enough to want to work with me and pay me for it. So the focus wants to be on the income producing activities. And in short, what are those? It is marketing and sales. But marketing and sales isn't necessarily what most people think it to be. Especially my FLC students will know that. They know deeply that sales is a spiritual process. And I think everybody that's come this far in the masterclass will realize from the topics that I have addressed that it's an energetic dance that you're doing with someone that is uplifting the person. And only if it truly uplifts the person will the person be like, hey, actually, let's exchange some more energy in a variety of forms. That's what sales really is. Now, it's not like those slimy sales guys and girls that just go out there to try to make a quick buck and they just try to make the most money and get a quick sale. Like those are the salespeople that are absolutely not professional. They are not well trained, they are not well mannered, and they, frankly speaking, don't even know what sales is about, in my professional opinion. And it's also those boys and girls that unfortunately give a bad taste in most people's mouth. Because how many of us have been come across a person like that that is like really in for the just the sale and they don't even care about us. They're not even listening. They're only nice when they think you're gonna buy. And if you're not gonna buy, they're gonna be unkind and not even pay attention and whatever. That sort of stuff. That's not professional. That's not empowerment. That's not uplifting the energy and empowering someone to see a better future and move them towards it, whether or not they're going to buy from us. That's the true art of sales. I want everybody to comment that. The art of sales is an energy dance, and it's a positive energy dance. It is a purposeful energy dance. It's an impactful energy dance. And as long as in that energy dance, I, you, or anyone else here focuses on making the person blossom and allowing that person to leave that conversation better than they found it, then that's the right way. And if I do that selflessly, regardless if someone pays me or not, I'm just here uplifting you, empowering you, inspiring you to see that future, to believe in yourself, so that whether or not you buy, you will leave the call, the interaction empowered. If I focus on that, abundance, sales, success is inevitable. It is inevitable. Because look at nature. It cannot be that you put so much stuff out there, so much stuff out there, so much stuff out there, and that it doesn't come back. What goes up must come down. There's the tide and what's the other one? The flood and tide? The one what the water does. Some of it goes up and it goes down. Tide. I don't know the words. I know in Dutch, eb and vloed. And like there's what my dad always says, like there's day and there's night. There's all these balanced principles So, energetically and naturally, there is no way that if you put all of that beautiful energy out there, that it isn't going to come back. As a matter of fact, as you guys just heard in the previous point, it's going to come back amplified. So, you just got to keep on going. And in this event, you're going to know how to do it. Does it make sense? Now, then, the next point ITM. ITM, oh, Ebb and Flow. Thank you. Thank you so much. ITM stands for Impact the Masses. And Impact the Masses is basically you realizing that your voice, your story, your message, your energy, your light matters. And it matters so much so that if you are not to share that light, not only will you sell yourself, but the whole world short. As Prince EA beautifully says in his video, where he says, everybody dies, but not everybody lives. You have a gift. You have a unique gift. You have a purpose. And I hope today's masterclass wakes you up to realize that that is such a powerful purpose, that there's people lining up on an energetic level. Could be people on different places of the planet, maybe even other planets, aliens, that are in need of you, that are waiting for you, and that could be so empowered by you just sharing that. And the sharing of that is just a start, but it is also the amplifier. And that's exactly what happened today. And that's why I'm happy that I had this massive challenge today, or challenges today, because it is the perfect example. I felt lower energy in the hours leading up to this event, all the way up to 2 minutes, maybe even when I press start. But the moment I press start, something changed. I was with you guys. I remember that it's not me that I'm doing this for, it's you. I have to show up for you. I have to come and I have to be here with all flaws and everything, but authentically, in purity, and with nothing but good intentions. I have to show up as that leader. I am that leader. You are that leader. We're all leaders, as my dad always says. Some people say, oh, there's leaders and there's followers. Nope, we're all leaders in different aspects. But in life, you're a leader. And you too can show up. And I don't know yet what it is. Maybe in the next couple of years, I'll figure it out. But there's something about you being there for another person, or with the masses, all 29 of you, or everybody watching the replay, that shifts. It instantly flips the switch for you. You know how earlier we talked about us having awareness and then being able to flip that switch? Impact flips, sorry, that was a real lot of shush. Impact flips the switch for you. I don't even have to think about any switch. You guys are the switch. And your audience, whether that is one person or 100 or 1,000, whatever the digit is your switch. Even if that digit is zero, even if today, and that's what's the final part of today's masterclass, and I am going to over deliver. I am going to go on for maybe 20 minutes more. I try to contain myself, but I want to hit this final point home for everybody. Even if you are just to make a simple post. And by the way, feel free to do this actually at this point. It will lock in towards the final segment of today, which is segment number 4, the practical skills. I want everybody to take a moment to grab a photo. Those of you that are my students, you've done this before, but do it again. Grab your phone, make a picture with the masterclass yourself, like that. Do something like that, but have your face in it. And you don't do anything with it yet. You can choose later whether you want to do anything with it, if you feel empowered enough to do something with it. But take the picture. You, the screen, the YouTube, me, take that picture. Have it there. Have it there for you. And then later on, I can probably already predict that you're going to feel empowered enough to do something to share that energy. Yeah? So, everybody, take a moment to take that picture. I'll pose for you, or I'll smile, or I'm going to stand sophisticated. I'm going to take a sip of water. But take that picture for yourself. Whether or not you already know that you're going to post it, but just take it. And that little snap puts you in a position to make an impact today, to do that one good deed today that will be generously counted in the bank of goodness. And you don't even realize it yet. And the power of what we have available for us today, whether that is Instagram, Facebook, that I'm not on. Oh, guys, look at that! I'm back! Woohoo! Let's go! Celebrate good times. Come on. Bum, 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 bum. Also, let me just give a lot of thanks to all of my amazing students for helping out with the reporting and stuff. I think Facebook has realized that I'm the real me. I'm not so sure if I'm back yet, actually. I'm able to see full feed. Right. But there's something. I couldn't see anything before that. So I think it's good. Yes! I passed the test. Can you guys see it? I passed the test. The test of how am I handling this? But we passed it together. So thank you to my dad. Thank you to my amazing students. Thank you to all of our amazing people that have contributed to this. Thank you so much. But you having these tools like Facebook, like Instagram, like TikTok, like YouTube, whatever those tools are, we have the ability these days to impact the masses. It's not just a matter of who do I meet in my local vicinity. If I go out of the street or out onto the street, am I living in a big city where I can meet a lot of people, or am I living in a village where I can meet a few people? It's not only that anymore. I can broadcast to the entire world just with a device. I can share a message, and there's no limit to the amount of people that I can inspire today. Isn't that powerful? Do you actually realize that? I can inspire everyone that is on that platform, even beyond that platform, because sometimes what we put on a platform is visible on other platforms. If I make a Facebook post and I do a Google search, some of my Facebook posts come up because I have a public account. So it can even help people beyond that platform. I can help the entire world. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, Tjibaria, if I have 10 friends and if I have 0 followers, the reach isn't that big. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But the possibility is there. And as you building the muscles of this, the effective, efficient business model, where the steps are very clear, do this, do that, do the other, consistently, thank you guys so much, then you will impact 1, 2, 3, 4, I can count 3, 4, 40, 50, 30 million. All of these things are possible. And that's the point that I want you guys to realize. Because of the fact that the whole world almost is at your disposal to be impacted, to purposefully impact them. Because of that, also everything else is possible. Because if you focus on impact, income will come. That's the simple formula. If you focus on impact, income will come. Now, let me ask you guys a very simple question. Who here feels better if you made someone's day? Comment me in the chat box. If you made an impact, you gave someone a smile, you gave a compliment, you gave value, you just did something to impact someone else. Maybe you gave a hug to someone. Who feels better when you share your candlelight with another person? You feel better. All of us do. And that is also like what I shared earlier. I started this with maybe a little bit lower light than I usually have. But the moment it came on, I shared my light. And because me sharing my light, you guys shared your light with me. And boom, the flame is back almost instantly. I was flabbergasted. Like the thing went on. You're live. Hey, feel better instantly. That's that whole candle effect. So we're basically saying that naturally this feels good. It's maybe a little bit scary because it's vulnerability. We're putting ourselves out there. We're making a little snap. Ooh, did I do my lippy lippy? Do I do my trimmy trimmy? But if it's pure and authentic, that's the most strong thing of all. Write that down. Authenticity is key. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to put your lipstick on, girls. You don't have to trim your beard, guys. You're already perfect. You're already beautiful. And you're already enough. So don't let that vulnerability, that wolf, that monster, that travel companion negatively, don't let that stand in your way. Not anymore. Not now. Not after this masterclass. So recognize that this does feel good. If you get over that hurdle and you allow yourself, helping another person feels good. Now, how many of you would also feel good if there's an extra cha-ching? Then you make some money. When you say, hey, goodness gracious, I've made an extra 1,000. And you can put that towards your bills. You can put that towards presents for your loved ones. You can go and buy the good fruit. How many of you will feel good of that? So this one also naturally make us feel good. So this one intrinsically makes us feel better. This one, we will also feel better. So this entire process is just a feel good process. What's stopping us? What is stopping us? Truly. And maybe it's because, again, we haven't really acknowledged what those tests were for. Because I know that many of the people that I get to work with and get to inspire and people come to Project 1 Million, they have tried many things before ever coming across us. Let me know if you are in the same situation. You tried so many things for years, seemingly not producing any cha-ching or any result. Not true, but you didn't see the results. And you didn't see that those challenges that you faced were actually tests and they were necessary tests. And you were perhaps so close to overcoming it, but you took yourself out of the game. But not entirely, because you're back. You're here now on this masterclass. That light is still burning, maybe dimmer if you go through a lot of challenges without recognizing what they really are, but the light will always be burning. And if you then fuel that and you're like, hey, okay, cool, another round, another chance, then hopefully you allow yourself to keep going, through this beautiful level, and then through this level, and then through the next one. And so what makes it always easier for me is that I say, okay, obviously, I want to start a business for impact, but also very much because I want to be able to pay my bills and quit my job and, live a good life and have my family live a good life and be there for the people that I love. So there is this clear goal here too. The only thing that is now important for you to do is to then say, okay, I realize that this is important. I'm going to embrace what it would mean to me when I make that million, or when I make that six figures, or let's be solution focused again, or when I make my first sale, the first 1,000, I'm going to connect to that. Not for the money, but I'm going to connect it. And we're doing that here in the day number 1 of Project 1 Million in 1 Year. I'm going to connect to the feeling of it. I'm not going to connect to the piece of paper, the money. No, I'm going to connect to the feeling. What does it mean to me to have accomplished this? Connect to it, become one with it, be it, and then let it go. Trust that it will happen. And that's why I love the title of one of Master Sri Akashna's books. He says, set it and forget it. You set the goal intentionally, and then you forget it. You let it be. You let it go. You put the order out. Allow it to do its thing. I just have to focus on what am I doing today. And it's the same thing. It's just like it's the direct analogy with the Amazon orders. If I set it and then forget it, and in the forget it, the only focus I need to have is this: people. I just need to focus on people. Who can I impact today? Who can I help today? And if I go out and help someone today, I'm lighting the candle and my candle gets lit. It's like a self-healing process. It's a self-love process. I'm sharing my light and I'm getting so much light back. And I know that's not what I'm doing it for, but I know that by me doing that, it is going to come back. It's going to come back in the bank of goodness first, and then in the physical bank of cha-chings in the real world. It's inevitable. But if I set it and then not forget it, I focus on it and I get frustrated because the order hasn't arrived yet, my energy goes down again. Packages get canceled. Sad, negative test. Packages come again. I'm getting this cycle. The self-fulfilling prophecy, negative spiral. So the core, and we're going to unpack that more so in Project 1 Million in 1 Year, lies in setting the goal, as Master Akashna says, but then forgetting it, letting it go, letting it be, letting it pass, letting it fly, and then focus on people, impact, and take practical actions, which then brings me to this one, which is called practical monetization through impact. So practical monetization through impact. So I know that certain steps lead to a predictable outcome because, yeah, I do want to make money, but the focus is the people. That's why I am not going to feel like a failure because there is no failing. I'm helping people. And by me sharing my candlelight, you guys get lit. I get lit. We're both lit. Dap. It's all good. This one's coming. So, in my opinion, and in my life, my key has always been just light the candles, light your candle, light your candle, light your candle. Focus on impact, just impact. And if this never comes, then that is still fine because I've done the right thing. And I'm not going to blind stare on this one. I'm not going to be like, oh, when is it finally coming? Oh, this is not right and that is not right. I'm going to externalize everything. No, I'm just going to give. I'm just going to give. I'm going to show up. I'm going to get over myself, over my vulnerability, over my scariness of people's opinion. Write this down. Other people's opinion of you is none of your business. Let me say that again. Other people's opinion of you is none of your business. So I do the work, and that's why in day number 5 of Project 1 Million in 1 Year, which again, if you haven't registered yet, click on the link, Project 1 Million in 1 Year, as it says on the thing, or type it out. But the link is also in the comments. It's the pinned comment. Click or type Project 1 Million in 1 Year.com, enter, and register. You're gonna really thank yourself for it. Like 2 weeks from now, sorry, 3 weeks from now, 2 weeks and a day from now, no, 2 weeks, let's say 3 weeks from now, you're going to be a different person, different altogether. Every one of you, even those that have been to Project 1 Million before, because you know how it elevates you to another level of being. So do yourself a favor and register. Grab this free gift. Allow me to help you. Help me help you. But day number 5, monetization shift, because there is method to it. There is predictability to it. There are actions that allow you to be purposefully impactful more effectively than others. So you do want to do the right doings. You do want to follow the right methodology, the right blueprint, the right strategies, whatever you want to call it, the right steps. That's why we do everything step by step, even more so in our community of the Freedom Lifestyle Creators, FLC, hoo-ha hoo. So there's method to the steps, but there's impact in your heart. And if you have impact in your heart and you allow to set it and forget it, but do the steps, do the work, show up consistently, ups and downs, come what may, keep going, impact in your heart. Watch those lives that you're impacting, watch those candles that you're lighting. Look at the bank of goodness loading up. If you can actually see that, you put on your glasses and you see the bank of goodness, that will fuel you. Before you know it, me just appreciating this cha-chings behind me, this one is already overflowing. And I'm starting to get cha-chings left, right, and center. It's like, what? Crazy. How many of you are having an aha moment? Let me know in the chat box. Which then brings us to the final point. The final curtain call. This is it. Who gets that reference? And let me just say the reference. It's Michael Jackson. This is it, the concert, the final curtain call. Okay. This one is the practical skills. What can you do today? What can you do today that helps you to be impactful, but have method to the impact so that it can be effective? Set it and forget it. Impact is what guiding my inner star, but there's method so that we might actually do that effectively. And both banks are abundantly being filled up. Yeah. Yes, running through the finish line. Who else is running through the finish line? Who's with Tony? Who is with Tony and with me and with everybody else here? With Andrea, with beautifully you, with Paolo, with Candy, with Kern, with my dad, with Mien, Yosei, Sarah. Now, and everybody else that commented. There's so many comments. We're going to focus on the practical steps. And this one is how to stand out online. How to stand out online. And how to do it very simple. And we're going to work on 3 practical tools or 3 practical things that we can use. One of which you already have, which is a photo. Photos. What can you do? A photo speaks 1,000 words. Isn't that the same? What can you do with video? And what can you do with text? Or if you're really going into the professional businessy title, what can you do with copy? Copy is the more professional term for it. We are all copywriters. And so I'm going to give you practical tips now in this final version, or the final, step, so that everyone here is able to make that impact today. Your first thing. your first act of impact. Or for those of you that are students, your so many continued impact. I want to practically do a couple of things. But before we do that, I want to say another thing. Those of you that are my students, you know that this is the fixed drill that we always do. But those of you that are new to the channel, also, you guys will get more familiar with this, or new to me, new to our movement. We always want to encourage everybody at the end of a video, at the end of a training, to go live and to share 3 things. Number 1, aha moments. What was the biggest thing today that made you go, aha? That was like an enlightening moment for you, impactful. You're like, man, that's a nugget I'm never going to forget. Could be 1, could be 2 things, could be 3 things, could be 74 things. You go wild. But it doesn't have to be many. Just 1 thing is already enough. Number 2, what are you going to commit to as an impact? Maybe the only commitment that you're making today is to say, I'm going to make that post today. Maybe you're going to say, I'm going to make that post today and I'm going to come to Project 1 Million. And maybe you say, I'm going to believe in myself from now on. Whatever you feel inspired to say, but make that public declaration so that the beautiful community that we have can start holding you accountable. And number 3, share something of inspiration, something very simple, something that comes from the heart. Could be something from today's session, could be maybe a story, could be maybe a quote, or maybe something as simple as a smile. Yeah? And then for those of you that already know the drill, the live happens in the FLE group. And I want to say this, if you're not ready for it yet, I want to say that you are, but if you believe yourself that maybe you're not ready for it yet, then just go to the group and watch the others do it. And then maybe you're going to be like, hey, I can do this too. So just for everybody, the live video that I would invite every one of you to make is what is taking place in the Freedom Lifestyle Entrepreneurs group. And I'm going to quickly share the link with you guys in the comments or in the thing. So I'm not sure if I can still make a comment, but here we go. It's now in here. So facebook.com/groups/Freedom Lifestyle Entrepreneurs. But I'm also going to see if I can put it in the comments this time for you guys to do the live video in there. Yeah, it worked. Perfect. So that's the group. That's the group to do your no lippy lippy, no trimmy trimmy in after this session completes, after the final point. Who's going to go live? Comment below and say, I will go live. And I know all my students here, you're going to go live. No excuses. You guys show the rest of the beautiful souls that we have here how it's done. If you're not part of the community yet, when you click on this link, you're going to be asked a few questions like welcome questions. They're going to ask some things about you, and then you can just answer those questions. If you're a little bit scared to answer the questions, you can also just not answer the questions. We're still going to let you in. And then you can just see all of the beautiful videos that our amazing students and tribe leaders are going to make. And then if you feel inspired, grab your phone, make your video, go live, or don't go live and just make a video and then post it. But I'll tell you, if you do that, your life is going to change. Going live can change your life, and it can change others' lives, other people's lives. Yeah? So that's the thing. Students, comment it below. Let us know. Thank you for all of the sweet comments. Thank you, Vladimir. I really appreciate it. Or Vlad. Is Vlad Vladimir? I think Vlad is Vladimir. But if Vlad is not Vladimir, then thank you, Vlad. All right, cool. Now, final thing. How to stand out online. The simplest thing that I can just say is that you want to be authentic. Be authentic. Be you. And I used to have, well, still have, but a student, an old student of mine, and a friend, and an incredible lady from London. She has a beautiful movement that is called the Be You movement. So when I said Be You, I was thinking of her instantly. Some of you may know her. Her name is Louise. She's really awesome. But yeah, be yourself. That's the first simple rule. So for those of you that haven't taken your picture yet, and you're like, oh, I'm not so sure, maybe I look a little bit tired or whatever, Don't worry about it. Just take the picture. Take the darn picture. That's number one. Be authentic. So if you make the picture, or some of you that are really advanced, maybe you want to make a video. Maybe do a video now. Or maybe do a video after. So you do your no lippy lippy like students, you guys. You do your no lippy lippy video and then feel the inspiration to do another video today. Feel free to share it with me. Feel free to tag me in it. Maybe make it on your Instagram and share some of the stuff that stood out for you. Tag me in it. I'll share it on my story as well. And then maybe because of that, you get more exposure. Maybe some of my followers will start following you because they're inspired by your words and your interpretation of what you've learned today. Let's spread the love. I'd be more than happy, unless you're saying something weird that I'm like, ooh, I can't share this, that I won't share it. But I don't think any one of you will do that. So let's do that. Let's feel inspired to make a content piece out of today for you that can help you forward in your business, in your impact, and all of the above. But the key in that is be authentic. You do not have to be perfect. Absolutely not. Be you. But if you're wanting to do it in an efficient way, you do want to progress over progress over perfection me with progress over perfection in mind. Yes, Vladimir, you do want to be professional. You want to keep in mind that ultimately your goal is not just to impact people, even though that is the prime goal that you have. Your goal also is to work with people, to find incredible clients. So, in that light, you do want to present or come. Now, I don't know if present is the right way because I'm not trying to make you guys feel like you have to present anything. You have to be yourself, but be yourself professionally. And there's two very simple tips that I want to give for that. Tip number one, make sure that you have good light. This has been my mistake forever. And so I'm just going to hold my hand up and say that even if your light is not good and your picture is like how is it, corally, it's like with all these pixels, you can still do well in business. Okay, just letting you know, you can still do well. And it has been to the how do you say, the patience of my sister in continuously reminding me to have good lighting, that she even bought these types of things. So she bought this case where I can click on it and then there's a light in the front and then I am well lit and stuff like that. She's like, Tjibaria, your light needs to be good. So I'm passing on the message from Miss Kaina to you guys. Have good lighting. And I don't want this to in any way halt your progress by means of you guys thinking, oh, I need to go and order a ring light or I need to go and find a lamp or whatever. We have a light that is actually very, very, very strong and it serves us all. And that light is called sunlight. So if you don't have a studio, if you don't have a lamp, if you don't have, some of those tools, just do it in the daylight. Stand in the sun, you open your window, have the sunlight light you up, and it does make a difference because at the end of the day, if someone is being impacted by you, if someone is considering whether they want to work with you, or if someone is really wanting to see like, hey, yeah, this is actually a professional person that I can see, I feel confident enough to do business with that person, they're gonna look at certain things, and our eyes are very good, our ears are very good too. Like, try taking a picture with a camera and then look at the scenery yourself. Your eyes can capture so much more beauty. So our eyes are very good. So our eyes can detect whether it's pixelated or not. And we will register that as professional or not so professional. But even at that, I had many not so professional videos and I still was so authentic in it that I still got business and clients. Probably would have had more if I did take this into account. So don't let it hinder you, but let it empower you. So if you want to do it, make sure there's a light. Let me just give you the example, the difference. If I turn off this light and I would do this masterclass with you guys, I think it's going to have a totally different vibe. What do you guys think? I'm just presenting like this. It's like maybe mysterious. Ooh, it's in the dark. But I think this one just makes it a bit, oh, what are we doing there? Yeah, this makes it. What did it do? Come on. There we go. This makes it a bit more lively. You guys probably see me better. Therefore, the attention span is better, and therefore also your professional opinion or appreciation of this content is probably better than without that light. Yeah, but at the same time, if I put this one on and I did this at one project 1 million, you guys can see this. That's also to my detriment. How many of you remember two project 1 million ago or three project 1 million ago? Oh my goodness, I was writing on the board, and some of you were like, God, Tjibaria, I can't see what's on the screen. I'm like, I don't know what to do, man. I didn't know it was this light. It didn't stop me from having a great experience and empowering a lot of people. But since I figured that out, it was like, hey, this is so much better. It will enhance your experience of my content delivery and of my message if you can actually see the darn board, right? So having some professionality in it is very, very important too. Now, let me give you another tip, a very important one at that, is that when you show yourself, so you're going to have a, let me just show this correctly. Yeah, when you are going to have, let's say, a video of yourself, or you're just doing something where you are being seen, make sure that in doing so, that you're not like only like a top of the head. Do you see the difference here? So if I'm like this, you see like I'm all head, and then there's no body. By the way, can I give you guys a funny anecdote of my brother? You know that song? Um, oh yeah, lonely. I am so lonely. I have nobody of my own. I'm not getting there. But that song, you know what my brother used to think when he was a little kid? It was so cute. He thought that it was a song expressed by a head. So he thought a head is singing that it's feeling lonely because it doesn't have a body. Isn't that cute? And it was only later in life that he realized, like, oh, I interpret that song totally in a different way than it was probably intended. But it was fun. So, anyways, you don't want to be that head that has no body like this. And there's this rule, it's called the three-finger rule, where you want to make sure that if you are recording yourself, that there's no less or no more than three fingers roughly above your head. So now, if you see me in this frame, right, you can see I'm like kind of like from the chest up, and there's a little bit of space because you also don't want to be like totally like this, and I'm like cut off my head. But you want there to be like a three-finger rule, three fingers of space roughly, so that at all times they can see that it's not just a head, but there's a body, or there's a little bit more professionality. Does that make sense? So that's an important one too when it comes to, again, the professionality. Now there's another thing that I also want to say. It is sound. You want to make sure that the quality of your sound is pristine. Because how many of you have ever seen this? And this is interesting, that one of our fellow members that do their first live, and then this happens to all of us at some point, and I've had it many times, even in professional years, that I went live or I made a video and my hand was covering the mic. So I was like this, and then the sound is muffled. And you can kind of hear me speaking like this, but you can't really hear what I'm saying. But you know that if you really, really were to focus, you can listen to it. But you're like, ain't nobody got time for that. That's not good either. So if your sound is muffled, then also the professionality of it and the appreciation and the willingness for a person to actually consume that content is not going to be as big. So simple tip, I'm not saying like, hey, you have to have the best mic or anything like that. Not at all. Like these days phones are very good, and all we have to do is just make sure that our hand is not going to block the mic, and we're going to make sure that we're not in a next to a building where they're building everything. Like in my case, there's a building being built. If I'm going to stand right there in the field of action, I'm going to hear and I was like, they're not going to hear me. They're going to hear that. Or if I'm going outside and I'm by the beach and it's windy, they're going to hear whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Also not so useful. Now, in those cases, there are tools. Let me quickly grab one that you can use that can help in that, but I don't recommend it. Definitely not for starters. If you're a starter, you don't want to go and buy the most expensive tools, because the first principle is that you're just going to use something completely as easy as possible, and you're going to focus on making income first most of the time. Like, if you have the ability to invest, and go and invest, definitely invest in mentorship, because that allows you to know what to do. But when it comes to tools, in the beginning of your journey, keep it simple. So everybody comment that below, keep it simple. But if you can, then there's things like this, like it's a mic, clip-on mic. This one is from DJI, and I can just clip this on like this, and then I clip this one on here, or like many people do, is they just hold this mic like that, and it has this thing on it on the top that I can take off, and I can easily clip on. And this thing has a really weird name. It's called a dead cat. Now, this is more like a dead mouse because of its size, but it's basically something that blocks the effect of the wind. So if I clip this one on with the dead cat, more like a mouse in this case, and I go make my video, it doesn't matter if there's like going on in the background, if the sea is going, if there's wind, people can hear me. And that's pretty cool, because then I'm not disturbed by whatever's the surroundings, because this one has a directional mic that picks up from me, not from things around it, and it's being protected to filter out the wind. So these are tools that can be helpful, but again, keep it simple. You don't need any of this stuff to begin with. Like, I didn't even have this one until last year. I've been doing it ghetto style all the way up till last year. So just again to say, keep things simple. Simplicity always wins. And the first thing is, go make impact, make money, and use what you got available, rather than procrastinating because you feel you need to have this, and you need to have that, and you need to have the other. Now, if you're in a position to go and get those things and it actually makes financial sense, then go and get them. But for most people in the beginning, that doesn't make sense. So keep it simple. Very important. Does that make sense? Next, also very, very important, is that you can allow for most impact by using your surroundings. So this is a really cool thing. Now, for those of you who have heard me speak before this particular event already, you will probably know that I have very strong opinions about what's going on in the world, and even opinions about the tools that I praise because of the ability that allows us to impact people. But at the same time, some of these tools are also to our detriment. And I'm going to give a quick example of it. You know how these days there is a trend, or let's just say over the last 7 years, there has been a trend for content, the content form that gets most reach, to be of shorter and shorter and shorter form. So basically, back in the day, it was maybe like 5-minute videos, or maybe even the longer form videos that did really, really well. And then nowadays, what is most being pushed by Instagram, by YouTube, by TikTok, by all of these platforms, is short form contents, also known as the Reels, that ideally have a length of 30 seconds, maybe a minute. Now, why is that being done? Now, if you go into conspiracy mode, you will realize that it's actually being done to kind of dumb us down. Because if we are more so seeing short form content, we are therefore building up an internal pattern that we need to have that dopamine release, that satisfaction from that video in 30 seconds. So if I'm constantly being fed 30-second videos, because creators, we're going to be like, hey, let's create that because that gives us more reach. So there's a reason why more and more and more people are making short form content, because that's the way how we get most reach, because the platforms are pushing it. If you're making a long video versus making a short video, the platform is going to give you more views, more engagement, more everything based on that shorter form content. So because of that, I'm constantly seeing short video, short video, short video. So I'm going to be conditioned that I need to have that satisfaction moment in that 30 seconds. What does that do to a person? It basically shortens the attention span gradually of a nation. And that puts us in a detriment, because for anything that is worth creating, it takes time. If you want to build a business successfully that is lasting you for a lifetime, it's not going to happen in 30 seconds. But if I'm conditioned to need that instant gratification, I lose my ability to focus. And focus and consistency and patience are exactly the elements that we need to do anything that is worthwhile and good. So, the negative ramifications or the awareness that I want to bring to you guys is that there are also negative agendas towards some of the developments happening in those big media apps. But you have a choice. You can either say, oh, this is bad, so I'm not going to use it all. I'm going to stay away from it. That's possible. And it could be a decision that one makes. The decision that I have made is I say, hey, I realize that that's being done, but I can use it for good. I can use the short form content or any point sort of content. This definitely was not short form, as you guys will realize now, 4 hours almost in. Oof. I can use it for good. Even if I make my 30-second video, that's okay because I make sure that in my 30 seconds, I'm putting so much empowerment in there that then from there, I get a person to come to Project 1 Million in 1 year. And that once they come here, I can truly change their life. Or once they come here on this masterclass, maybe you saw one of my reels that got you to come here. Who knows? Maybe you saw one of my ads that are also within a short space. I'm using those tools so that within the given amount of time, I can empower. I can do that energy dance of empowerment so that then you feel empowered, you feel excited, it actually brought you something, and you will then come to this masterclass or you come to this event where we can truly, once and for all, help you to change your life, to bring that awareness to you. And in that same light, you can do the same. So it's not all bad. Like I love Facebook, I love Instagram. If it wasn't for those tools, I would have never met you guys. I would have never be able to communicate with my family to the degree that I have been able to, living in a different country for parts of the year. It's not easy. And so if it wasn't for those tools and the positive capabilities that they bring, then I wouldn't have been able to do the things that I'm doing. And the same holds for you. So in anything, there's the duality. There is the good side, there's the bad side, and you choose how are you going to operate with it. Are you going to make crap content that is just keeping a kid glued to their social media, but it's not actually helping them? Or are you going to use a funny trend to give them good empowerment, like my brother? Follow my brother on social media. His name is Midun Savage. He is really, really good at reading and studying trends that are going on. And then he uses those trends to then feed positive, impactful feedback for people. Like everything to do with healthy living, mindset, believing in yourself. Like all of our family are in the same way. We all promote positivity, empowerment, all of these different things. But what I love to see, what I love to my brother does is that he really is making a conscious effort in studying what are those trends, but then using them for good. And that's what I personally believe in. I don't believe like, oh, this is bad, something is bad in what these mega bosses think and what they want to do and how they want to control the world, but I can use it for good. That's an opportunity for me. Yeah. So I'm sharing that with you. That being shared though means that we can in that case become also aware that because that is going on, people lose their attention rather quickly. Also, you guys will have seen, obviously, I'm over delivering, I'm going overtime, giving you guys more than I promised. 21 of you are still here, probably from start to finish. We lost half of the people that we started with. That's my responsibility too, because I am over delivering. But it also has to do with the fact that sometimes people are busy. It has nothing to do with me and my delivery. The person just has to pick up the kids. The person is gonna like, oh, let me just save the video and watch it later. And the person maybe be distracted. Maybe something is happening. Maybe they have to go and do their next task. It has nothing to do with you. But we need to have that awareness that either sometimes the attention span can be deteriorated or a person just has a life. And therefore, if we can use certain tools to allow the people to stay with us and to keep that attention whilst I'm feeding the positivity is really helpful. So one of those things that I see a lot of our students do, and I do very much myself, is that I like to go and I go live or I make a video and I walk around and I use my surroundings and they see a constant shift. So people are interested. Hey, what am I seeing now? Oh, what am I seeing now? Oh, what is there? Oh, wow. Look at that. There's this thing. And that can be very simple. It could be that you walk around your house. It could be that you walk in nature. It could be that you walk from your house to your car and then you speak in your car for a little while and then someone else starts to drive because you are not going to drive and do this at the same time. Be careful. But then all of a sudden the person is seeing you go somewhere and then you step out and you're still walking and you're still talking. Allow people to see some stuff and maybe start incorporating that in your everyday video recording. Like make it dynamic. Dynamics is something that allows people, so I'm going to add that here, just dynamics. And this could be dynamic editing that our students know of, but also just dynamics of the background. It can be very helpful. And then these days, there are also other things, other tools that one can use to add that dynamic effect, even though I might have made my video just in front of a white wall. And that's what I want to say as well. If you do not have an easy surrounding stuff, or some place that is fancy or beautiful or whatever you think is necessary for you making your content, make your studio simple, a white wall or a blue wall or whatever color wall, and just allow yourself when you make your video that either if you do it like this or you do it like this, whatever, that this beautiful elegant wall is behind you. Maybe place a lamp. I've got two lamps here, a blue, light blue, I got a dark blue that gives a little bit of a gradient going on here, which gives some energy, some flair. Maybe put a plant up here so that it kind of, you dress up the beautiful surroundings. That helps a lot too. And these could be simple things. But if anything, a white wall will do. And imagine that you make that video in front of a white wall, nothing else beyond it. Then there are these days AI tools. And there's one in particular that I make use of that can then do that dynamic editing and overlay B-roll and captions all at the same time at a click of a button. And this is absolutely crazy, so I have to share it with you. This tool that I use is called Captions. And this tool was recommended to me by Seb Williams. So a big hoo-ha-hoo to the legend Seb Williams. This tool is a paid tool, but I believe it's something like, I don't know, $10 or something. Like literally anyone can do it. And I think it's a one-time fee or it's a yearly fee. But it was absolutely like, whoa, I can't believe it. And then in that tool, they these days have that capability of if let's say I made this one, I'm making this video. Oh, like let me just play it for you guys just for a second. So you guys can see this was the one that I made with Goku. And all of this editing I didn't do. Like I did make the different scenes, but then it added all this different stuff, like what will happen in a moment. So it added the words, it added these effects. It can add all sorts of other things. And you see it dynamically zoom in and out. All of those things help keep retention as well. And I didn't do any of it. I just uploaded the one video that I made where I did put a little bit of effort of making like this and then making like this. And then I was like, okay, I want to make it dynamic. But then I was like, wait a second, actually, I didn't have to. If I just had my good old white wall and I make this video, I have some light, sunlight coming or lamp, and I make this video like this, no dynamics whatsoever. I just feed it into the captions app and bada bing, bada boom, you get a beautifully dynamic captioned video coming out as if you are a complete superstar pro. That can help, but you don't have to do that. So I really also want to always say these things to you guys. Like these tools are there, but your success is not gonna depend on having these tools. So the key core fundament is to keep it simple. Really keep it simple. But if you can, because you're already the simplicity stuff, you got a hang of it. You know how to make your videos. You know how to make your posts. If that is there already, then see how you can play with these things. And it's pretty awesome. It's pretty cool. And it helps in both your professionality and it helps in your retention and getting the attention. So, attention and retention are very important. So, that's that. Now, another thing that I also really, really want to share is just the practicalities of what steps to take. And I'll specifically show you guys this with number one, just recording a video on your phone. Number two, posting it on the Instagram app. And number three, if it allows, posting it on the Facebook app. So, real quick, any one of us will probably have just a simple phone tool. You can use it, the phone camera. You can use it to make a quick video, and that's it. Or you can make it the quick snap, so just a photo. And then, let me show you here, when it comes to Instagram, there's a few places on Instagram that you can post. And here we see the beautiful Akshiti, who's always super, super, super awesome with her posts. And she's one of our students, and a dear friend. And if you want to go and you have your account, if you haven't got your account, make an account just for the sake of this event and Project 1 Million. But if you have one, there's a few places where you can do something, but it also always starts with that little plus. I don't know if you guys can see it. The little plus over here, where it says make a post. And then you have different options when it comes to those posts. One option is post. One option is, oh, yeah, you guys can't see it, can you? All right, so there's an option for post, there's an option for story, there's an option for reel, and there's an option for live. Now, to make things simple for everybody, what we always say is just keep it simple and start off just by making a post. You just make a video or your image that you just captured. You click on it. So let's just say I grab just an image of myself. Let's just say this one. So I've got this image of myself. And then I say next. And then I look at myself. Do I like it? I can add music. I can do stuff to the editing. Usually, most of the time, I don't edit anything. I may add some music, but even that I don't always do. So I click on next. And then comes the part of the copy. It says caption. Yeah, so you can't see it really, but over here it says add caption. And that's where we then dive into the world of the copy. And my simple tip for all of you is to really keep it simple. Those of you that are our students, when you go to LGA, there's like advanced copywriting skills that you're learning where you can make beautiful copy where every sentence invites the person to read the next sentence and to read the next sentence. There's an art to copywriting. But at the beginning, and especially for the purpose of this masterclass, I would always say keep it simple. The simplest thing that is effective that you and I and everyone here can do is just write a quote. So I can have this picture, and then I think, okay, what is this picture bringing up for me? So in here, I'm happy, I'm excited, I'm looking at things that I'm inspired by. Let me go to Google and find a quote. So I just type in Google, quote, inspiration, and that's it. Or quote, to motivate people, or quote to help people going, or quote to talk about togetherness, or quote togetherness, and just like some terms that come up for me with what this photo represents to me. And I just look for it, and then I see a quote. Hey, let's use that. So then I copy and paste that quote, or it could in this case be maybe some of you were inspired by any of the things that I've shared. Maybe in your notes you have some sentence. Maybe you want to share that with people. Maybe when you took your little photo like this and you thought about those, let's say, challenges over here that we spoke about, these challenges, that we can actually say, hey, challenges are simply tests of life. And then a smiley. And then you post. That's it. If nothing else, just make a simple one-liner with a picture or with a video. If you're more advanced, you can say, hey, today I want to give you one tip. Challenges are just a test of life. See you guys tomorrow. Bloop. That's a 10-second video with the same copy and then post. And here's the thing. We like to keep it simple like this. We like people to experience the building of the muscle of impact because, frankly speaking, all of us can do that. All of us can just take a little snap with something in the background or not with something in the background. We can all look up a quote. We can all grab our notebook and see, hey, this one, it's just one line, just one line. Sometimes I even say to students, one word. Maybe the one word today is enlightened. Who knows? One word. It's also fine. And then you grab that and you write it down. Literally, guys, this is a 1 minute process, 2 minutes maybe if you're new to it, 3 minutes, maybe 10. Worst case scenario, 15 minutes to get this job done. Easy. Now that's one way. So that's making a post. It could either be a video or it could be a photo. Another one is you go to the slide to the side, slide to the side. Yay! And that is the story, the environment of the stories. So you can use the environment of the story by double tapping to actually make the picture as such. And then I directly have it ready to go. And then I can just simply click on this button and I add it to the story. Or for those of you that actually want to tag me, guess what we're going to do? We're going to go to this little sticker. Here you go. There's a sticker on the top. Click on it. Then you say mention. So you're going to go there and then you're going to mention Tjibaria. You say done. That's me. You put the sticker wherever you want it to be. I put it in the top right here. And then I say, I want to put that beautiful quote out there. All right, so I'm going to click on the text. Click here, and I'm going to say challenges, same thing as before. Challenges are simply a test of life. Done. I put the text wherever I wanted to. There we go. I'm put a little bit slided like that. There we go. Good to go. I can press add to the story, or if I'm not yet comfortable for the whole wide world to see it, I just say only my close friends. Does mean that you have to select who are your close friends, otherwise nobody will see it anyways. So my advice is just add it to the story. We're talking about impact here. And that's it. That's the story done. Now, I don't want to tag myself right now, but that's what I would recommend you guys to do at least. So that's the story side of things. Now, and then last but not least, if the Facebook gods allow me, no. I'm a little bit back, but I'm not fully back yet. Okay, so I cannot do the Facebook tutorial fully, but imagine you do it on your own wall. Then you just click here, what's on your mind, click, and then you add whatever is the thing that you want to add. Let's say I made this video for my students earlier. So here you go, me making a video, and then I say something here, I type it, and then I post. That will post it onto my own wall, so my profile. That's one way to do it. That is very good, especially for visibility. For those of you that want to do the exercise of going live or making your video as aha moments, then you want to go to groups, which for me is not available just yet. And then you go to the FLE group and then you do the same. Write something, select the picture or select the video, the little text, post. That's all there is to it. It's really quite simple. What's the moral of this story? You've got the tips. You've got some ideas of how you can do this one. You know that you want to be authentic. You know you want to take account of some of the professionality, light, decent audio, our friend, the white wall, or a beautiful, dynamic scene where you're walking. And yeah, that's it. And then a simple text. Keep it simple. One-liner. Start posting one-liners. And this is what I want to invite you guys to do. If today you say, I feel inspired by this, and you're like, hey, I'm coming to Project 1 Million in 1 year, which is starting in a week. 1 week from now, the first session, the pre-training is starting. Then we have nothing for 6 days, and then, or 6 days or 7 days. And then on the week after, the event is commencing the 5 days. So we have the pre-training on the 9th, same time it starts as today's session was. Then we have the main event from the 16th to the 20th. So you're ready for that. You're excited for that. You're like, hey, man, this is going to be awesome. then I invite you to, from today until next week, to make at least 3 posts starting today. And if you are really like, yeah, I'm feeling it, I want to make an impact, every day, make 1 post. A simple snap and a one-liner in text. And I also want to say this to my students, because I know some of my students, you make daily content. That's awesome. Add this one to it, because every one of us can do a daily snap and a one-liner, just a quote, your quote of the day. We can all do that. And what I want you to focus on in that endeavor is just doing it selflessly, doing it for the people. Whoever needs to hear this right now, do it for the people. And if you do that 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day, 5 day, 6 day, 7 day, next week, come back to this video. And if you have been incorporating the principles, the 4 different pillars of today's session, and you've been doing the impact stuff, you've been lighting someone else's candle, and you feel how it feels to be lit by that as well, a week from now, you're going to feel different. And I want to invite you to share with us how that new version of you feels. How many of you are going to do that? Let me know by saying yes in the comments. And again, if you're not fully comfortable yet to do a daily thing, then at least do something today, just today. But if you can do it today, you can do it tomorrow. And if you can do it tomorrow, you can do it the day after. And then it all comes back to the beginning, which is, it's all a decision. If you want to have that beautiful high energy lifestyle, you probably by now realize that you are limitless, that you are a spiritual being that has connection to everything and anything. It has connection to your ideal future. It has connection to all of those people that you want to help. And you are getting into that state of that high energy, most of all, not just by applying all of the principles that I spoke about, but especially by impacting people. So if you came to this masterclass feeling like, I want to know how it feels like to live that high energy lifestyle that can effortlessly attract abundance, then that already shows me that you will be the right person to actually go and implement this. You want to feel that energy, impact another person. Every one of you can do it. And I will absolutely guarantee you that it will make you feel good. First in the bank of goodness, then later in the bank of physical cha-chings. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say this was the end. Ta-da! And I hope you guys have enjoyed this masterclass. It's a bit different, perhaps, than any of the other masterclasses that I have ran, but I hope this was impactful. I really am so excited to see the no lippy lippy, no trimmy trimmies. For those of you that will do that, I'm also very excited to those of you that will go to your Instagrams and post that little snap and tag me in it so I can share it, and therefore you get more exposure, and all things can flow from there. But most of all, I'm excited for you guys to truly take this to heart. And this video is on my YouTube channel. It's going to be here for live. If you want to look back at it to catch some of the points that maybe were a little bit fast, by all means, watch it again. Listen to it when you're commuting. Allow these things to benefit you. Maybe also, if you're like, hey, I like this type of stuff, we are making content pretty much on the daily, but definitely in a consistent basis on this channel. So if you're new to it, please feel very free to subscribe, hit the bell, become part of the YouTube community as well. And most of all, allow the energy that you've experienced today to serve you for a lifetime, because you deserve it. And nothing ever happens just by coincidence. You are here for a reason. And maybe the reason is that now you can effectively go out there, light people's candles, become unstoppable, and live that high energy lifestyle with all of the beautiful things that it will inevitably bring. So on that note, I'm gonna go. Love you guys lots. Can't wait to see your live videos, your Instagram stories where you tag me in, the comments that will continue to come in after 7 days or after a few days, maybe. If you come back to this video tomorrow, you already feel like, oh, I feel different. Come back to this video. Let me know in the comments. And yeah, can't wait to see you guys next week on Project 1 Million in 1 year. Bye, everybody. Mwah.